Gotta love technology, right?
It's fine. I have is it for the live stream?
We had to create another event. For some reason, the first event ended and it shouldn't have. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start now, a little late, but
I talk fast.
it's okay. Okay, so,
Yes.
okay. Good morning, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Thursday, the 19th day of December, 2024. This is a budget hearing for the Department of Health and Human Services with the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 11 a.m. start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 11:12 a.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this budget hearing? Councilperson Ridley, Councilperson Panzeri, Councilperson Baggiano, Councilperson Saleh,
Here.
Councilperson Solomon, Councilperson Gilmore, Councilperson Tajis, Councilperson Rivera, Council President Waterman. Okay, we have two members in attendance at 11:12 a.m. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the notice of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Monday, December 9, 2024 at 5:31 p.m. to the mayor, municipal council, business administrator, corporation council, and the local newspapers. So I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. We will have you guys present. Before you do, can you please introduce yourself for everyone watching at home?
My name is Stacy Flanagan, and I'm the Director of Health and Human Services for the City of Jersey City.
I'm Brooke Hansen. I'm the Chief of Administrative Services for the Department of Health and Human Services.
And Paul Bellenboyer, Health Officer.
There we go. Kyle Greaves, Finance Director's Office.
Danny Bagenot, Finance Department.
Billy Wilson from the Finance Department as well.
So in front of you, you have two documents. One is the department's organizational chart. If you would like a online version, we can have Jayla submit that to you. This organizational chart gets updated in the mayor's office as HR updates at their DocuSign meetings. There are not many changes from last year, but I will go through the org chart first and align it a little bit with the first few pages of the actual deck that I provided. As you know, that there are 10 divisions. Community Relations and Social Services that manages our Partnership for Healthier JC, Animal Care and Control that manages our JC's shelter, Food and Nutrition, Immigrant Affairs, Environmental Health, Injury Prevention, Disease Prevention, Community Health and Wellness, Senior Citizen Affairs, and Veteran Affairs. So in your packet on page number 3, you have an organizational overview of the director's office, which is the top layer. Obviously, the chief of administrative services manages the operations team who are here in the back. That's Evelyn, Jacob, Ray, and Jessica. And then we have our health officer, and he manages our assistant health officer, along with 2 communicable disease support team members. That's Dr. Siren, Victoria Gangadin, and Jessica Torres. So that's the first page. Oh, and up here right behind me is Michelle Katz. She is my admin assistant. One of the first org charts in front of you is animal control, and we'll get to the nitty-gritty with that a little bit later. We currently have several openings. Animal health technician, that's our vet tech, animal attendant, a part-time animal attendant to manage weekends and holidays, because as you know, we are open 365 days a year because we must feed and care for our animals. And we have a TBD request for additional animal attendants because we're seeing a lot of turnover. It's an extremely exhausting physical job, and it becomes overwhelming. We had a retirement of our animal control supervisor. And so we have 2 vacant animal control officer positions. This is a very difficult position to fill for. We've interviewed, I'm going to say, nearly 50 candidates over the last year. Many of them have difficulty passing some of the city's background. We have hired staff and worked with HR to get staff in because we have the need. And then 2 weeks later, something in their background check causes us to have to terminate. And so we are really hopeful to try to lead from within. And we reached out to other departments to see if we can train up some staff into animal control officer positions. We're working with HR on that.
What was exactly disqualifying them, or?
Some is maybe possible car accidents, too many, because
Like
obviously many of
DUIs?
them are driving, some of
Okay.
that. It's a range of issues. I think over the course of the last 12 months, we've had to let go of 3 or 4 people we hired and then brought on as we were waiting for background checks. And it, obviously, the process with HR, you need to, by 10 a.m. Monday morning, give them names to be approved by Thursday at the DocuSign meeting. So it's at least a 3-week process if there is a DocuSign meeting every Thursday. And I would suspect there might not be one for the rest of the calendar year because Thursday falls after both of the holidays. And I know on my team, I already have 50 people on vacation on December 26th. So I can imagine HR having a very similar need. So community relations and social services, we came to you last year with 5 positions. We had turnover, retirement. We brought on Stephanie Daniels as an internal advancement, almost from another part of the city. And when she reassessed the org chart, we found a much higher level staff than one of the other staff members that left. And we merged the 2 jobs into one, and we're pretty satisfied with the outcome for that. So we decreased someone on that employment team. Community health and wellness, we are designed to have ward-based education. We have a vacancy in Ward E because we promoted Victoria Gangadin to support Paul in the health officer team as one of his staff members was promoted into another part of the department, and we'll get to that. So we have an opening for our Ward E health educator. All of the staff that do not currently have a CHES, that is the Community Health Education Specialist title from the state civil service, are taking the exam in April. And at that time, based on historic work with the city, those individuals that do receive their CHES are eligible for a $5,000 increase, just like the union contracts, because that is a required license to do this job. However, health educator is a civil service job title that many of them hold, and half of the staff do have degrees directly in public health and or masters. And obviously we have a doctor, Dr. Lindor, that works directly with Linda Ivory Green that supports our special events. In disease prevention, and you'll see in the deck, we lost a major grant for ending the HIV epidemic this year. We are told there is new money coming out next year. The timing of hiring our nurse practitioner did not allow for the nurse practitioner to go to a state training. They just hosted the state training last week. So over the course of the last 9 months of the grant, we did not increase the number of HIV rapid testers. So we're doing that right now. Any opening that the state has, we are working really hard to get our staff into those trainings.
Oh, wait, we lost the grant based on not enough time to get the nurse in.
Not, so the state only offered 2 trainings this year. One was in
Okay.
January, one was just last week in December. We weren't able to hire our nurse practitioner till February, so she was not able to go to that training. They gave us 1 opening in the December training,
Okay.
and we did get a staff member in that training. So we're trying to get into another training. We don't believe a nurse practitioner really needs
Right.
rapid HIV training, but the state is, requiring this for us to do. We are very lucky to have, through people leaving our team, going on to other things, we brought on board Quincy Bell from Hyacinth, who already had an HIV rapid testing certification. So we now have what the state wants, and now the state will put out a new RFP with new money around HIV. Not as much as we were getting over the last several years, but that's because the number of HIV cases in the state of New Jersey are declining. So they obviously know this extra funding does work. And I'm sure you've seen our team at many events
yeah.
doing rapid HIV testing. So wherever we can, we do. But because of that loss, we moved one of the staff members here onto our WIC program because we had several new openings in WIC that opened October 1st with the new budget. And WIC allowed us to bring on new health aides. So Jackie Covington left that one program and moved into another.
Or disease prevention, is this all diseases or is it
So
just?
disease prevention runs our city clinic. We do immunizations for children up through 18. And if you are a victim of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico, you have the ability to get vaccines up until the age of 26 in our city. This is for low cost, no cost insurance, and we serve the undocumented here. In addition to that, we do STI, STD, HIV, and testing. And we do the immunization auditing for the city of Jersey City. So in January, some of the team that is involved in immunization, they go out to every single school and the preschools, and they check immunization records. And then we offer immunizations, and we host Immunization Week. In addition, disease prevention monitors and supports the Test and Go kiosk pilot. And that is very successful to date.
I only ask because California declared a state of emergency over the avian flu, yesterday.
So
So,
yeah, we wait for the state. We in 2017 had a major syphilis outbreak here. So we focus pretty strongly on that. Some of the staff, after we test someone, they interview the individuals. They get up through 6 months of their partner information, and then we reach out to those partners and see if they would like testing, or we try to get them in for testing. And if we have to show up at their door, we do that as well. Because we are trying to maintain that. Then on the other side of diseases that are not sexually transmitted, that's what Paul's team does. So that's the Hep B that we partner with the city clinic on, but hepatitis A, pink eye, Kawasaki recently, and not so very clear measles case that wasn't a measles case. And so sometimes this happens when we have a communicable disease reporting and surveillance system. It's an online system that's all over the country. Every morning our staff comes in and they see who was tested for what disease. Whatever disease pops up, Paul's team addresses, both Paul Bellenboyer's team addresses if it's not sexually transmitted, and Paul Kate's team addresses if it is sexually transmitted.
Stacey, you said HIV we decreased in, correct?
Yes.
So
I
what
think
did
the
we
increase
increase
of the
in?
state's
Isn't it?
money infusion across the state. The commissioner, presented a few weeks ago.
But what did
saying
we increase in?
We,
Hold on.
Far as-
I've been told that the live stream's not working. I don't know, is that going to be an issue or? Is it recording still or no?
steady increase of it.
It's still recording. Sorry. You can proceed. I apologize.
So what are we increased in? I know about HIV, but what are we increased in as?
So I don't think we have a tremendous increase in anything right now. We're very, very much maintaining, but
That's correct. We're kind of steady state. The things we spend really the most time on are the hepatitises because it's so infectious. Immunization rates are not totally where we'd like to be. Anytime we get a suspected measles case, we jump on that. And so far, they've all turned out to be no cases. We're very thankful for that. But this is really daily work to find cases and case reports when they come in and make sure that the patients as well as the care team are doing the right things to protect the public health.
How are we with COVID? How was the COVID level?
COVID numbers have been pretty moderate. Fortunate, the thing I'm most concerned about is the low vaccination rate with the new ones, but we still see very low hospitalization rates and death rates, although there's still cases all the time. We get COVID test kits out there and encourage vaccinations wherever possible.
Go ahead, Stacy, continue.
so the next org chart is environmental health. This is a very broad division. We have our Bureau of Inspections. That's many of you get emails from me when Chuck Mays, our director, his team will see a restaurant or a location that might be violating state law. And then our Bureau of Healthy Homes, that's our child-led prevention program. And through that, we have an opening for a lead inspector. The lead inspection class is difficult. The exam is difficult, but we're continuing to train our staff so that one of them can get that licensure and then we can give them a promotion. We just promoted Anthony Costa last week. He passed the Regional Environmental Health Specialist exam. And that's an exam for staff that have a BS and go to the 7-week-long program at Rutgers. They have to sit at a health department for over 100 hours of understanding. And then they sit for the licensure exam. And those are the actual health inspectors versus our paraprofessional health investigators that support the inspection team. And then we have our Bureau of Licensing. We just transitioned to GovPilot from SDL. Our team is working with HEDC on places where we can work better together with their Tyler system, because all of our locations that have health licensures require a certificate of occupancy. And we know that's changing the way it's interpreted in the Tyler system for us. And we have a double page of our food and nutrition. It's our largest division. Ofer Cohen, our resident RD division director, manages Meals on Wheels, our youth food program, our senior food program, our Healthy Greens JC program, along with our WIC program. Our youth food program operates summer meals, and starting, we're hoping January, we're just waiting for confirmation from the state, reviving the after school meals program with our local nonprofit agencies. And at that time, we'll be able to bring on the team that's underneath Katarina. They are seasonal, so they may come back, they may not come back in the new year, but those are positions.
How many do we service? How many organizations we partner with when it comes to this program? Do you know?
So for summer meals, we had over 60 agencies join us this summer. Not all of them make it through the summer because our program is very defined by the federal government and we have to follow these programs strictly. And we get surprise visits. So somebody will tell us they're going to have 30 kids over the summer and we show up and there's 4 kids. Those 26 meals don't get paid for.
Right.
And then we have to pay for them out of the city tax dollars. And we are very tight in the management of that. So I think we ended the summer with 53 organizations. We do have about a dozen organizations ready to work with us and after school meals, the CACFP program, it's the Child and Adult Care Food Program. It's one of the largest federal food programs in the US. We had that program, we kicked it off in 2014. And then at the time, we didn't have a great staffing program behind it. And Dr. Leonardo Webster was also running the program inside the schools. So he reached out and said, hey, like we're competing, can you like step back? And we graciously stepped back for the local nonprofit to rise up. After the passing of Dr. Webster, the state came to us and asked us if we would run the program. It's a lot of hoops to jump to be involved with the program. And so we need to make sure that all of the local churches have proper COs or have proper refrigeration and figuring out funding so we can get that to those agencies so they can have all the tools in place for that. But we're hoping for great success and we're hoping to kick that off in January. I think you know our nutrition services efforts with the senior congregate sites. While we were running 10 locations, we only have 8 staff on the food and nutrition budget because there are staff that sit on the senior affairs budget that also manage food. So we serve our farm to table lunch program. We expanded this year, did not add staffing support. We expanded to Booker T. And Booker T has local support through Easter Seals to manage the program, and we work very well with their team. And we're just waiting for some upgrades from the Jersey City Housing Authority to expand the work that we're doing in Healthy Greens JC, at Marion, and at Curry's to have a comprehensive lunch program there as well. So we're really excited about that. And then obviously our Healthy Greens JC program, Chandela joined us early February, and Rosalind and Tanisha, some of you may have met, work out in the field, managing 2 of our farms, and several other farms that we have out there are managed through our partners. So the Jersey City Medical Center farms are managed through Jersey City Medical Center. The farm at the Bethune Center, we provide some support for, but we get support from the Bethune Center and so forth. So the one at Collier, we've got some support from the team at Collier. The one at Connors, we have some support from the Connors Center. And then we also have some support from our Vista that's in the Veteran Affairs program, because we thought that would be a great partnership for our veterans to get Healthy Greens.
Okay.
And in our WIC program, we have one opening for a bilingual nutritionist and one opening for a bilingual health aide. And that's because of new dollars that came forth October 1st. And I think we're doing a really great job with a lot of really unique pilots in WIC. I think we'll you know about our Planned Parenthood pilot. This past year, we piloted with an organization called It Takes a Village to provide parenting expert support to some parents. And we're constantly looking at ways to increase those partnerships. We have a really great partnership with the local Head Start, and we integrate them into Healthy Greens JC where we can.
Here's your question. Any daycare that would like to be involved with that type of program, they could reach out to HHS? or
Absolutely.
parenting
So,
class?
you know, we license daycares.
Right.
Second, CACFP, while I call it the after school program, CACFP also services daycares, and we can provide a meal and a snack to daycares that have enough students, and they can absolutely benefit from our program and obviously partnerships. And we also go in and do immunization record review. So, you know, they know to call us, and anywhere we can support daycares, we want to, because something going on nationally around WIC. So there's about 8 million people in the WIC program across the United States. There's 8,000 in our program, but we run one of the largest programs in the state of New Jersey. What we see is that people come to WIC for year one because we give a lot of breastfeeding support services and or formula, which is very expensive. Year two, we give a lot more milk and vegetables. But by year three, we see parents getting kids into pre-K 3 and stop leaning on WIC for their food service support. And the WIC program operates to the age of 5. So we really want all of those kids and families in daycares, which is why Head Start, because Head Start already has the income bracket for us, but in any Head Start that has partnerships. And we do partner very closely with the schools that have designated support for children with disabilities.
Okay.
Sometimes parents will come into WIC and say, but my kid can't go to that daycare because they don't have enough support services for their autism. And then we'll help them fill out the proper paperwork to get their kid into a school that's supportive and get them that bus services. In addition, so you'll see a growth in our immigrant affairs team. Lee has been doing a really great job. We still have Mike McLean with us part-time, so that's always helpful on our difficult cases. And Milad and Diana do pretty standard operating applications. And now we have an entirely new team led by Angelica Reyes, like I mentioned earlier, an internal promotion, because we received a grant from the state, from the Office of New Americans. And this program literally just kicked off a week or two ago to support employment application support for anyone here with temporary protected, status. And we have, originally when the grant started, it was to support Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, and Haiti. So we hired someone that speaks Haitian Creole and French, and someone that speaks Spanish. And then the leader of that program, Angelica Reyes, is also bilingual Spanish. So, and she's been with us for about 3 years. She came on board during COVID. And so that whole program, we are partnering with 6 different local nonprofits. We're giving all of those local nonprofits some funding to host outreach workshops monthly. Okay. And then we come into those programs and walk through the application process, and then some of the staff review those applications to not put the burden on the staff that are doing green card or civil surgeon exams and support for citizenship. And it's 100% paid for by the state.
Let me ask you something, Stacy, in your immigration department, what language increased more so? Are you getting a lot of French Creole?
We're seeing French Creole because we have a lot of people here with temporary protected status from Haiti. So we have a very large Haitian population that came here through experience from either, political or past hurricanes. I think you remember that. We have we have an Arabic speaker, Mandarin speaker, Haitian Creole, and Spanish. But when a particular group we know is coming, so, years ago when we had a lot more Afghani refugees here, we hired someone that we supported through the citizenship process so they can translate. But we also have a translation services line that you can call, and we translate a lot of our new American materials in those languages. So in the past, we've translated it into Urdu, I don't know what others right now, but obviously Arabic and Spanish and now Haitian Creole. Our veteran affairs, in addition to the staff, we have a Vista, but because they're not paid for in our department, they're not on the org chart, but Michelle Spencer joined us about a month ago, and she's helping the director, Juliette Foster, really expand the different tiers of service. And we have 2 veteran affairs service officers, and they are, permanent titled civil servants that Lawrence took the test and just transferred into our organization last month. We also have our senior affairs team, and that is set up in 4 different ways. So we have our drivers, and oftentimes it's Carol Pasquale that's managing the drivers. Joan, obviously, our director of senior affairs, works with Kim Acox, who's funded through our county grant. And Kim's role is really to support all the facilitators that go out and do the social rec across the city. And then Jeannie supports Joan. And then we have our Collier Center and our Connor Center staffing, and they are all funded, which is not recognized in the budget at this time because we don't have an official letter from DCD, but Darlene, Cynthia, Gina, and Esperanza, just like the congregate meal team, are funded now through DCD funding that's earmarked for us that you approve on an annual basis. And then injury prevention, led by Cynthia Vasquez. We have 3 programs. One is our hygiene homeless services, our bus Ruby that travels around the city that is managed by Gail and her team, Jonathan, Tyjon, and Brian. We are currently finishing a grant proposal to the Bloomberg Philanthropies. It's part of the mayor's, it's a contest. We've been working on a video and grant proposal. And then we run the Peaceful Families Program. That's our domestic violence program. Antonia Costello, she's our licensed social worker, and she works both with our SAMHSA grant that's led by Kisher, that does the mental health first aid courses across the city. I believe we're hosting courses on Fridays for city staff. And then we host them whenever we can with partner agencies. The grant is to serve Hudson County and some of Essex. And then we run the court-appointed domestic violence program, and we support first-time offenders of domestic violence through a 26-week group program, and we hire facilitators to help us with that. So some, off the top of my head, we have, Reverend Bertha Reel. She's one of our facilitators. Paul moonlights as one of our facilitators, but we have trained chaplains and or staff members running these courses. We run about 10 courses a week, and we'll show you on the deck what that looks like as far as our success. And so because I kind of highlighted page 3 of the organization overview, and 4 and 5 sort of the specifics that the divisions are doing is sort of got a little bit into the budget and success. So I mentioned year over year where our budget has grown. So from last year to this year, you see an increase of 13%, but again, we haven't booked every grant. So our fiscal officer is only allowed to book the grants that are in that are federal that we know are 5 years at a clip. So there's several grants we're waiting for, or several new grants that we'll apply for. And once they come in, we're able to offset the budget. So you'll see by division, the first one is food and nutrition. That's representative of what I just said. So, we're waiting for $271,000 from DCD. So what you see is we need $641,000 to operate that division, more than what we have, but it'll probably be half of that or even less once new grants come in. At the end of, we get 3 different grants from the county. We get our initial proposal allocation, and that, Council President, that's what I presented to you the other day, that we got it so late that we were hoping to get it on the January 2nd meeting so that we could start using that. And then in the mid-year, we just got our mid-year application. I think Oprah presented that, at one of the last council meetings. It came, so we still haven't gotten our final allocation from the year. So we still don't even know how much money we're getting for the year. And the year ends in, 12 days. And that's because the state gives the money to the county, and then the county gives us the money, and then how we bring the money into the city. It is a very long process. In environmental health, you see an increase based on right now. We have several staff that at 5 years of having the particular license I mentioned earlier, the regional environmental health specialist, there's a state law that we have to increase their salary to the salary of the highest person in that team. So someone that's been here 20 years versus someone that's been here 5, that person that's been here 5 gets paid now what that person that has been here 20 years based on a state law. So there was a significant amount of raises for that team when we increased the REHSs right before COVID. We had 5 and then we moved up to 8. Today we have 9.
So let me ask you something. Based on the state, you saying that they have 5, they have 5 years. They have 5 years.
Yes.
And they get increased to the person worked here 20 years.
Yeah. So if the person is in the same civil service title,
Correct.
REHS, and I'll just the example, one person on that REHS team has been with the city almost 20 years. So their salary was, $80,000. But an REHS that was with us for 5 years, also a caveat, they're local 246 and local 246 hasn't gotten a raise in 2 or 3 years. So that also factors into, so that person may be making $60,000 right now. Based on a state law with this, because after 5 years, the state feels that their experience is equal to any person that's been there even longer, that this title requires the same salary. And so we just had to increase 4 of our staff to that level just recently. I think it was in September. And yeah, this was a lawsuit many years ago before I was here, but it's a state law, not a city law. And then animal control, we took on a yeoman's job this year. You'll see some of our amazing success, but we do feel that we could use more staffing, and we, every new set of cages we order, they get filled, within a week or 2. So we do see a vision. In fact, Brooke has been working together with Mark on moving the container village as it's no longer operating. All 4 of those containers, we are moving down to the shelter. We're waiting for PSE&G to give us more electricity so that we can do that. And then we'll have a full, and concrete from DPW. And then we'll have a full campus for animal care and control. And we think that will enable us to bring in more volunteers. We kicked off our volunteer program late this summer with the support from Local 246 and an MOU. And I think when animals are spending a lot of time in cages, they also are very rambunctious. So there's a lot of things that volunteers can't do right now. But we are still working with volunteers for fostering and would love to be able to have more volunteers join us. But we've been very successful to date, but I think we can get more volunteers and more adoptions out with a little bit more staffing support. So like I said earlier, this is a very physical job, and all day long they're walking animals and cleaning animals and cleaning up animal cages, and seen some injuries over time because of, you know, early onset burnout and or, you know, difficulty following directions. But there's definitely room for us to give greater support to animal care and control. In immigrant affairs, the increase is because we had a large grant from the Enhancing Local Public Health Infrastructure that came through the New Jersey Association for City and County Health Officials that trickled down from the CDC. And that is taking a new shape next year in a sustaining local public health, but it's significantly less money across the entire state. But this year we leveraged it to offset all as many salaries. So a lot of these increases you're seeing are based on the salaries that we were able to offset this year and last year. So, you know, small upticks in the director's office. We put Dr. Ceron on loan to animal control, so he didn't really present on our budget all year. Some of our staff were offset through LFI. They won't be offset through LFI in the future. The same with immigrant affairs and veteran affairs and community health and wellness. But you'll see a decrease in senior affairs because we're getting more funding and we're offsetting more staff salaries with this DCD funding for congregate support. And injury prevention, we have been very successful with the Peaceful Families Program. The city does not fund it at all. This is funded through congressional appropriations. And these congressional appropriations are somewhat delayed in getting to us really in a timely manner through the federal government. So while we put in the budget of injury prevention last year, we didn't have to use that money because by August, the money came in. And then we were able to offset the funding, you know, backdated to January.
I was going to ask, you know, there's like a looming government shutdown. Will that impact, will there be a staff impact? Will, you know, a lot of this is grant funding. Do you know what our exposure is as a city?
From the federal level, that's where this this ending HIV money came from. So that was federal funds. The LFI money came from CDC, and WIC money is from the USDA. And those are the largest levels of exposure. But in Congress with the extension, so they're kind of pushing. Typically, food programs don't get cut because they're reimbursable programs. So they do ask us to continue working on those programs. What we're seeing is we might not get new funding from CDC, or we have requested, and it is part of Senator Booker's appropriation to continue funding the domestic violence work that we do. At a level of $800,000. That's not reflected in this right now. And that's because we're really unclear. We got like a letter saying you're going to get this money, but we haven't gotten any of the proper paperwork from the federal government to be able to book it. That's really when we come to you to be able to book that.
Thank you.
So you'll see, and that the things that I just mentioned are a little bit more clear in the next two pages, 8 and 9, and that's the grant offset. So you see on page 8 with the LFI, the Enhancing Local Public Health Infrastructure, we offset almost $3,889,527 in the 2024 budget. And that was with monies we didn't spend as quickly as we hoped in 2023. They allowed us to spend in 2024, and we have a little bit left over and that they're letting us take that into 2025. And then on top of that, we have a sustaining local public health infrastructure grant that we are designating for staffing offset in veteran affairs and immigrant affairs. And then another grant offset. So for many years, we received this funding for Bergen-Hudson Chronic Disease Coalition. It started off as like $45,000 and it paid for one person. That was like 7 years ago. This year they were like, oh, well, we're going to give you 15,000, but it requires us to go all over the county. And we're like, 15,000 is just not enough money for us to be leaving Jersey City. So we said, you know what, we don't want that money. Because $15,000 to take staff out of Jersey City and go do things in other parts of the city when we were already down one health educator just was not a good return on investment for us. So that we chose on our own to just like not go jump through the hoops and all of their protocols for very limited return. And like I mentioned earlier, ending HIV epidemic, along with a transition of what is called the Office of Local Public Health. It was a grant that came out during COVID. During COVID, we really didn't need this money. So we put all of that money towards Ruby and we integrated it with the Hep B work that you heard Paul talk a little bit earlier. And we see Hep B traditionally in hygiene situations. So we were able to use that funding to pay for the bus up through June 30th. After June 30th, you know, we've been working on grant proposals, submitted something internally to DCD to pay for Ruby and the bus team. But the new money that's coming in from a Office of Local Public Health is very focused on Hep B. It was only $78,000. So we putting that into the city clinic to pay a portion of the nurse and the other expenses for Hep B testing, which sadly has been delayed because the state doesn't have the proper tools at the state lab to support us. And so we're just waiting to move that forward. So you'll see again, this salaries and wages is really a part of the LFI loss. So you kind of see right here, we offset LFI at, you know, 1,300,000 last year. And this year we don't have that funding. So you see an increase in salaries of all of that LFI money lost, plus some of those required promotions that I shared with you. And then operating expenses going down because of other grant supports. I think we run a very tight other expenses, you know, all of those items that you see in front of you were funded through LFI. So didn't really come off city tax dollar.
Will we be able to get LFI back again next year? Or?
LFI was a part of that, you know, America Recovery Program. And so it was a large amount of money that went into the CDC. It won't come back as LFI, but there are new grants coming back to us. So where we got $2.1 million for 2 years in LFI, and this, we didn't apply for it. It's just based on the number of people in our city. This year, we got 178,000, right? 168,000. And then they let us take into the new year what we didn't spend in LFI this year. And that's about $100,000 that we didn't spend. And with LFI, we also, because we didn't want to just take full staff for the whole year so that you didn't see it, we spent about $200,000 the last 2 years, so $400,000 total, offsetting recreation staff on their budget with LFI money. So we supported that and over time. So this year, finance is, you know, focused on helping us organize better. So we did this pre-solicitation. So just to give you some numbers, we're very busy. So we shared with finance sort of what our needs are related to contracts to be able to operate at minimum. And that's about $4.1 million covering different aspects of our work. So they wanted to be better aligned with how we're putting in prereqs as they transition to their new system. So this slide number 12 is just sort of the 78 different diverse vendors that we know that we've been working with for years, that we probably would need to continue doing that business so that we can continue doing the work. So for example, food and nutrition, majority of that money is, Whitson's or Wealth or, well, I think we were, Whitson's we worked with for summer meals and Meals on Wheels, along with Wealth for congregate meals. And all of those are already approved in resolution for the new year by council. So that's like required money, but majority of that money is in a cost share with the county. Animal care and control, majority of that money is for veterinary services. Mark and I talked yesterday about the possibility of just hiring a full-time vet so that we don't have a lot of that contract exposure. We don't always spend all the money in every one of our contracts because some people sort of, things happen in their lives and they, don't show up all the time. Injury prevention, majority of that is our facilitators. We have English-speaking facilitators, Spanish-speaking facilitators, and Arabic-speaking facilitators for our domestic violence program and for our mental health first aid so that we train the trainer and we have trainers out in the field. So things like that, that's just where our vendors are. So just giving you some aspect of like what we need just to do the basics. And then some of our results. So we're sharing from 2023 to 2024, the growth in our partnership program. So you can see nearly 130 new partners this year on Healthier JC. This year we have a new website coming. So we're really excited about that. It's going to be a lot more user friendly and our partners will be able to benefit from that. Last year, through our partnership for Healthier Jersey City, we gave out over $600,000. Ranging from $4,000 to $15,000, servicing these 5 health needs that came out of Healthier JC's first 5-year vision. And as the new Healthier JC website comes forth, you'll see the 2030 vision. And then a little bit about our Twitter X, and we just started a new Instagram because we thought that would really help guide also some activity around our work and our adoptions. And we wanted to share with you some of our meal delivery. We had over, 250,000 meals over last year, and in congregate meals, we've seen such a great increase because of our quality of food with 1% food waste, which is really important because food waste is also money that comes out of the city tax dollar pocket. Because if we don't serve the meal, we don't get paid for it. So the kind of financial work that we're doing on the back end to say that a meal cost us $13 plus staffing, we get reimbursed at $20. Say this is not accurate, but I don't have that number in front of me for the meal. If one of our centers doesn't do their job properly and we have 18 leftover meals, that cost the city a good $500 that we didn't anticipate and we can't recoup from the grant. All of our meal programs work like that. That's why our meal programs are very strict. And we need to have the meals to the people and get their names. And we put that all into a database, and the county actually reviews the database. Even if we send Meals on Wheels to someone on Monday and Tuesday when they went into the hospital, the meals that we sent them Monday is paid for, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, until they're out of the hospital, they won't pay for it. And the county sees it because every name goes into the database. So it is a lot of that kind of work. Our Healthy Greens JC program and the partnership with Aura is growing. All of our farms are in. We have farms in 6 of our public schools. We have a commitment from the public school to pay for maintenance for their own farms so that at the end of this administration, it continues and they make decisions about their future. We have 2 farms with the Jersey City Medical Center. We've installed a farm at Berry Gardens. We have farms at Collier Center. We have a farm at the new Connor Center. We have a new farm at the Bethune Center, and we're kicking off our growing season. So we're going to start putting seeds down so that in the new year, all of those locations will just have an abundance of healthier options.
How is it distribute once it grows? How is it distribute?
So each farm has a farm membership program. So you can go to wherever the farm that's local to you, join the farm as a farmer member. If you're interested in additional support, so that's weekly distribution, you can come on the weekly distribution day.
Okay.
We have Wellness Wednesdays at Marion and Curry's. And when you come for your greens, you could stay for a workshop. You can grab a recipe. If you want, so we like to say that we have a vertical program aligned with the vertical farm, you can sign up for diagnostics in your neighborhood so that we do blood work. We send it to Jersey City Medical Center. They process it for us. They have a follow-up doctor call you and share with you, like you might have high A1 or you might have high cholesterol. You should keep eating your greens. You should really go to the classes. And if you get your diagnostics done and you want to continue with more of our programming, we offer you an Aura Ring. The Aura Rings were paid for by RB during COVID. We got 119 Aura Rings. We have Aura Ring contests with Marion and Curry's, and our staff that work there have them as well. And they're tracking their sleep, they're tracking their temperature, they're tracking some of their, so we're kind of giving them data to help them with their health, while we are also pulling in data, seeing if the monies that we're spending on this program are providing a return on investment. And we've been working with Rutgers for doing a review of the work we've done to date. And we have a contract with IBM to pull all of that data together to start analyzing that data.
When do you think the new Connor Center, the Greens program, is that going to be up?
We're going to kick it off next week, right? Yeah.
January 6th?
I hate saying that date, but the first week.
Not a good day.
First full day of January, New Year, the first Monday of January. So yes, it's, and we'll let you all know because we're going to integrate that program, not just with the seniors, but also our veterans.
Okay.
And our, you know, anyone that comes in, we've got our immigrant affairs there, and then the
Okay.
community health worker that will have some time there along with Paco, one of our partners there, and the We Project. And so we're trying to, you know, do some vertical work around that as well. Sharing with you some of our WIC numbers. This year, very exciting, WIC approved outreach coordinator for us. You know, this is something we've wanted for a really long time, but our services have steadily risen as COVID. And we see the need is really great in our community. One thing we did this year is we partnered with the county. So inside our WIC clinic, you can get support for TANF. You can get support for housing and Medicaid or Medicare if you're a senior caregiver. And so we have some staff from the county that sit in the front of the WIC clinic and they're supporting anyone that comes in with additional wraparound services. It's really exciting for us.
Mhm.
Obviously, I mentioned earlier our Planned Parenthood, and you may have seen over the summer, we were awarded a gold award from the USDA breastfeeding work because our breastfeeding team is clearly top notch. Like I mentioned earlier, Paul's team and the health officers staff address communicable diseases. So over the course of this past year, they did over 2,000 communicable disease investigations. In our immigrant affairs staff, you can see the work effort with our small but mighty team. We assisted over 1,000 residents. We most normally support the N400, and that's a naturalization form, and all the different items, you know, that we are supporting our immigrant population with. In environmental health, we did almost 3,000 inspections. Our kiosk, we have had 650 visits to our kiosk since May. We're working very closely with the Jersey City Medical Center to expand this effort across all wards. And we're still in conversations with them about that. This is funded through our opioid settlement money. Our peaceful families, as you can see, you know, we have grown since 2021. It's a very comprehensive program. It's 26 weeks with, you know, orientation on the front end and support and referrals on the back end. And this is for, you know, individuals that we've served. So we've served over 200 people over time. We are continuing to work with Ruby and our team to address some issues in our undomiciled community. We visit and we're working with a lot of the local SIDS because they're really interested in working with us in this aspect. So that's very good. And we work alongside the county's comprehensive program around homelessness. Our community health and wellness team, we're sharing you, there's some times of year, very similar to Christine, where we're doing all of these activities, bringing people to the table, our large scale activities. Obviously, December, we decided to give you some numbers to date as of yesterday, because we had a significant number of people come through World AIDS Day and the work that we've been doing there. And, you know, most of the work that we do is email outreach with community partners, many of them the partners of Healthier JC, but we do a lot of phone support services and curriculum development. We're doing a lot of development in the school system, and Linda's team is just out in the schools pretty often doing that. So you can see some of the wellness events versus health fairs versus some of the other curriculums that we highlight, whether it be our SHIP program, that's insurance support, support HIV efforts, Healthier Choices, that's a curriculum we mostly use in the school system, also substance abuse education and general, you know, what our team sort of creates based on the need in the community. And we get a lot of really great support. Our seniors are continuing to be on the move, providing rides to our seniors. We highlighted this because we only have 2 drivers, and if someone calls out sick, we can't pick up our seniors. And so we got permission about a month ago to bring on a contracted driver so that we can call them if we know someone's out sick, so that we don't stall services for our seniors.
Is there a reason why their Ward D is like so small compared to?
Well, you'll see on the next page, typically, because we have a very large senior center in Ward D, people go there.
Okay.
These are rides that we provide, and I will share one place in Ward D happens to be on a day that one of our drivers calls out sick, and we weren't able to service for quite some time, and we're working that out in HR. But I do think it's most of the time it's services that we're providing to supermarkets or events. And a lot of times we're providing events through the Connor Center.
Got it. So they're
Not in the
arriving to
community.
us.
Yeah.
Ward D. We're happy to host. So.
Yeah, no, that's a job, right?
So now we're starting with a contractor, just in case, right?
Well, we have a contractor just in case,
Okay.
because we don't have full service and we don't have the ability to hire someone.
Right, right. Interesting.
So, and then our veteran affairs, we kicked off a really comprehensive program we call Vital, Veterans in Total Active Living, with so many different programs. And so we've got some pictures alongside a partnership. We started with the Parks Coalition, and we'll continue that with some opioid settlement support. And so we thought we'd share some pictures of, we did things from networking events this year. We do a run walk group. We continue to do service day. This past year, our service day was with the Harsimus Historic Cemetery. That was really an excellent day. And animal care and control. We saved the most comprehensive leaps and bounds for last. But since we opened the shelter, we have seen over 900 animals come through our doors. And that is very significant. We've seen almost 200 surrenders, and we have a waiting list of people that want to surrender their animals because they feel they cannot care for them. But at this time, we don't have any more physical space to put any more cages. So we are waiting for the containers, and we'll be able to have more space. Obviously, one of those containers will be the home of our food pantry and support services to help people keep their animals, because we think that's really important. Animals are going to be better with families than in our shelter any day.
These pandemic puppies, are they seniors?
We'd beg to say many of them are pandemic related, or we're seeing, through evictions, new rentals that people need where they can't bring their animal. It is not a fun time. It is a very difficult time when people come to us. And I think, Mark has been trying really hard to help everyone that we can, but we're also trying to get more people to foster, to support that process. And I know this is something that you really want to hear, Councilman Burgiano, but we meet the Maddie's Fund standards for euthanasia of our animals. And that is really only medically necessary when there's an injury that we can't fix or control, or the vet decides that that animal is not able to be adopted. And that is about 6%. Maddie's Fund suggests a no-kill shelter, which they don't like to use that word, as long as you're under 10%. But, when we started here in the administration, we saw that the local animal shelter was operating at a 20% euthanasia, and now we're down to 6%. And so we think that that is just amazing success. You'll see only about 326, hopefully by the end of today, there'll be 350. But we currently have a $24 adoption promotion to end 2024. And we're just, inviting residents to really come and adopt and not shop if they're planning to get, animals or pets for their children this holiday season. We've also seen an uptick in reptilia. So we've seen a lot of turtles, bearded dragons, boa constrictors. Yeah, it's
my God.
and many rabbits over the course of the year. So it is, it's been a great year, and I think animal control could do even more with the money that we're requesting.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah, I just have one question. Juliet has only 2 people working with her with Veterans Affairs, and probably one of the most important divisions to me is Veterans Affairs. And I see every other division has all these people working there. Why doesn't she have more people, especially now with all the problems we have with veterans?
Yes, so that is always a question for staffing and meeting the needs of the veterans. When Juliet started, she had 1 staff person. And in 2022, I think it's 2022, we got permission to hire a second staff person. And this year we have a Vista supporting the program. And I think if we found additional funding, because you'll note Immigrant Affairs only has 3 people and then a part-time person who was paid for out of a Department of Labor grant the whole year. And the 3 new people that I shared with you are 100% paid for by a grant. So yes, we're always working on new grants, and the way the city system works, and I don't, it's very nuanced, right? So if you hire someone, you give them a civil service title, and then they take an exam, and they become a permanent employee. But if we lose funding, I can't afford them in that division, right? So that's something that just happened. Someone didn't take the exam. Someone else took the exam in that title, and I had to transfer that person to another role in the department where someone had retired, right? Because there was only 2 people on the budget. That budget, starting in 2023, was offset by the Enhancing Local Public Health Initiatives. We hire partners in a contracted forms to support us with a lot of our veteran work at night. And like I just said, an RFQ that we just had out to support veterans. We have 2 agencies that have replied to the RFQ to support the veterans work that we're funding through opioid money, particularly around, suicide prevention and total active lifestyle for veterans. Now, if there's more money, we'd love another person in that team. We're right now leveraging the Vista to better understand, like, how would we add a 3rd person to the team? And if that's something, the administration is interested in, or the council, and they want to put that in the budget, we would welcome it gracefully. And I don't really do a lot of things gracefully. So.
Let me ask finance, is there any way possible?
Well, we bring back the budget proposals to the administration, and we obviously echo what the council members are looking for as far as adding into next year's budget. So we'll do that. That decision is made by the administration, but
Yeah.
we typically have a process where prior to introducing the budget, we go through all of the requests for every department, and whatever is affordable or whatever is the priority, that is when that is determined. So possible.
Thank you, Kyle. All right, that's it.
I was going to ask about the Arrive Together program, mental health.
I'm not involved in the Arrive Together program. That's JCPD.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mental health work that we do, that we're funded to do, is mental health first aid courses. It's very similar to CPR, but it's an 8-hour course. We offer that weekly at the department. We can share updated dates. We would love every city employee to take it. We would love council aides to be involved in it.
Is it open to the public?
It's open to the public. We serve about 3,000 people a year.
Okay.
And in addition to that, we do our domestic violence program that we're funded to do, but we don't have funding to do real one-on-one counseling. And with the Affordable Care Act, we're in hopes that everybody has support and can go to a mental health provider. One of the largest things we learned several years ago, as we were looking at where the county of Hudson is, and because we feel as goes Jersey City, goes the county, is this large disparity in the number of mental health providers in our community versus the need. And that's really something critical. The crisis intervention work was not awarded to the city. It was awarded to a local nonprofit. They are working with a federally qualified health center. I think that is also really great because it enables the federally qualified health center to provide additional support services through a medical arm, and they get the funding to do those kinds of continued one-on-one mental health support.
So like I have a resident whose son is schizophrenic and he's homeless, doesn't have a birth certificate, doesn't have health insurance. Like, I know,
Yeah, something like that.
yeah,
One, because they're homeless. Two, doesn't have a birth certificate. Well, if they live here, then I can work with Sean.
they are in Jersey City, they're in Journal Square, they're born in Jersey City. Just, I
Yeah.
don't know, how do we sign them up for health insurance? Do you
Well,
guys
so
have
we can
programs
get
for
them
that?
signed up for health insurance, after we get them a birth certificate. Most of that work happens at the county through, this community support services program under the, work that Frank Mazza's doing and Bobby Knapp. And so we work with them. And so we'll say, hey, help us. We finally got this birth certificate, help us get this person the mental health or medical support, get them on Medicaid or SS Medicaid support. Then we work with the county's Office of Disability Services. So if there's a housing need, lucky us, our dear friend Erin Ross, formerly with the city, runs that part of the county. And we're in communication with her monthly because they fund the portion of Meals on Wheels that is under 60. So that's for people with disabilities that we provide meals for across the city through peer grouping, and that's under Erin. And Erin is very versed on the way the city operates. She was, a leader in DCD many years ago, and we work with her on things like that. But we don't have the capacity. We have one licensed social worker who runs a comprehensive program and then goes home and teaches a course at night for us. So, I was listening to the former hearing and, a lot of our staff are already like over 100% committed to like a particular job that's funded through a funder that doesn't really allow us to do other things. So if there was other money, I do think that some of these things really belong in the partnerships of the federally qualified health centers because they're in the community. They are not seen as governmental. We can build that trust, and we do that when people are homeless with Ruby because we have, a trained person who was a psychology major. He's been trained on mental health. All the staff have been trained on mental health first aid, but he's been trained as a trainer for mental health first aid. We have a chaplain that's on our buses, and we are building that trust. And part of the grant proposal we're submitting tomorrow is to expand mental health services with Ruby. But that's, a goal of ours.
Any other questions?
Just thank the staff for coming.
Yes.
Staff.
I wanted them to see all the work that they do, what you hear. And I think I don't do this alone. Obviously, everyone sitting to the side of me and behind me do all the work. I'm just the one that pushes forward.
And you the one to just push it. All the ones that's here,
They're all doing
do
the work.
Do y'all have anything to say? Do y'all have anything to say? We don't want to, just close out without you guys. If y'all want to say something, we want to give you.
I mean, they deserve a round of applause. So, if anybody wants to clap for them.
I know the staff works hard in the city of Jersey City. They really do. They all do. All divisions do. And I know how short the staffing are. But I just want to make sure I get the opportunity for you guys to say something because we really do appreciate you and we want to hear from you too.
Yeah, so does anyone have any feedback or anything to share?
How can we help you as a council?
You can form a
Help me help
line
you.
right here.
An extension of the budget hearing.
Yes. Just
Good afternoon. I am Juliette Foster, Director for the Division of Veterans Affairs. I would just like to say thank you all for your support through the year. Thank you to Division,
Thank you.
to our Department Director, Stacey Flanagan, for her support. We would not be able to assist our veterans the way that we assist our veterans without your support. And they are getting vibrant support now versus 5 years ago when I started. And that is a direct result of the opportunity to learn and train as management under Director Flanagan's leadership and your support financially. So thank you.
You're a veteran. She's a veteran.
Yeah. This is very.
I want to say this budget was very comprehensive and like it really is a testament to all of your work and hard work, sacrifice,
So,
everything you've.
I'm going to share with you.
Thank you.
I did not prepare any of this. Our new employee, Jacob
Right.
Carr, he's our data analyst.
Good.
We worked very closely. He is making it very clear the results we have, and mostly all of this and more will be on the website by January. We obviously over many years worked with innovation when they had data team, and when they did not continue bringing on data, we asked the mayor for that support. And so Jake works under Brooke, and they're very thoughtful about what we should share. But we do have our animal control data up on the website now, and we're just going to bridge all of this up onto the website in the new year, so we can have December, because it's a little hard to give you a full year now. But I think it's important for the public to see this work, and
Right.
there is a return on investment for the support for this department.
I appreciate you putting it up on the website like that. I don't know if people really realize it, but when we first came in 2013, we had a challenge with the budget hearing because the departments didn't even have an organizational chart. I remember that quite well. And as a council person, we looked and we said, how can you present a budget without an organizational chart? We don't know where the staffing is in the city. And the administration start developing a template. So the budget hearings have improved over the years. I'm a witness to it. It has improved. So I appreciate your service. I appreciate all that you do. I really do. We have come a long way.
Yes.
We've come a long way. Thank you.
Budget
you.
hearing number 12 in the book.
Motion.
John.
Second.
Motion to adjourn.
I have a motion to adjourn at 12:33 PM by Councilperson Saleh. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Council President Waterman. On the motion to adjourn at 12:33 PM, all council members present by acclamation, please say aye.
Aye.
We are out of here at 12:33 PM. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Thursday, the 19th day of December in the year 2024. This is a budget hearing for the Department of Housing, Economic Development, and Commerce with the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 1 PM start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 1:11 PM. And I'm just going to call out the council members that are present, and you can just say here, Councilperson Baggiano.
Yeah.
Councilperson Saleh.
Here.
Councilperson Solomon. That's okay. And Council President Waterman.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 4 council members in attendance at 1:11 PM. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the notice of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Monday, December 9th, 2024 at 5:31 PM to the mayor, municipal council, business administrator, corporation council, and the local newspapers, so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Before I turn it over to the council, I just wanted to have everyone introduce themselves for the record. Because members of the public who are watching the live stream may not know the name with the face as we do. So we're going to start with our director, and let me just put the camera on you. No pressure, but if you could just state your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Anicia Chalone. I am the Director of Housing, Economic Development, and Commerce here at the City of Jersey City. And as our different directors, division directors come up to the mic, they can introduce themselves as well, but we can start with the first one.
Sure. My name is Gigi Gasson, and I am the Director for the Division of Affordable Housing.
Beautiful. And then on to our finance.
Kyle Greaves from the Director's Office.
Zakia Gregory, Fiscal Office, sir.
Danny Bagenot, Finance Department.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'm now going to turn it over to our city council. I'm not sure who's chairing, but forgive me if it's Councilperson Saleh, because at least he's got a big smile on his face that I can see on the monitor. So I'm going to turn it over to Chairperson Saleh.
Dead giveaway. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate you coming here, Director, and would love to hear the presentation you have for us today regarding your budget.
Great, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Council President and council members for having us here today. You should have received 3 handouts. One is a copy of the actual budget in spreadsheet format. One is a copy of the department org chart in simplified form, and then the PowerPoint, a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. And we're going to take you through that. I know we have a tight schedule today, so we'll try to keep it moving. And we'll highlight some of the work of the department as we go along. So we're going to move to we'll move through the department stuff, page number 2. This is an overall information about the head count in the department. This budget that we're submitting for 2025 includes total of 149 head count, include full-time and part-time. Together, right now, currently, we have 137 occupied positions that the numbers in between are the vacancies. Go to slide 3. That shows our the amount of the budget request over time. It compares it to prior years as well as our head count compared to prior years. And what you see on that slide is that we're largely remaining flat. There's not much of a difference from 2024 to 2025, both from a budgetary perspective as well as a head count. If we move to slide 4, that goes into a little more detail of how it breaks down as in each division and where the numbers have either gone up or gone down from last year's budget. We're using the amended numbers that the council voted in compared to our request for 2025. Now I'm going to move to the division, the director's office in particular, to talk about some of the, so we're on page 5, some of the accomplishments in 2024 and our goals for 2025. As you know, one of the major initiatives that the department has had has been our new online permitting and licensing portal. We went live with that in June of 2023. 2024 was our first full year having that software in place. And really our focus has been on getting that, running, functioning, making tweaks to it as needed to make it work for all of the different divisions and just refining it throughout. We are, and in 2025, one of our big goals is to increase our use of metrics and dashboards to be able to use it from more of a management side and a reporting side. Up till now, we've really been focused on getting some of the kinks out of it and making sure that it functions. And that's one thing I'd really like to spend a lot of effort on in the future. So if we go to slide 6, I wanted to show you a bit about some of the numbers of how that portal has been being used. I have a link on there to get to the portal if anyone wants to sign in and look at it themselves. But also, we have a total of 65 different application processes right now, 29 permit type, 32 plan, and 36 license types. We have over 12,000 registered users on the portal. Approximately 95% of all of our applications done in the department are being done on the portal. Over 46,000 total applications have been filed since we went live. Almost 47,000 inspections have been conducted using the new system. We processed over $46 million through the new system. And one thing I had mentioned last year, and I brought the business cards again, just in case any council member wants to take any home. We set up a helpline as well as a help email at HEDC support at jcnj.org. That email alone fielded 4,000 emails this past year since we set it up, 2,000 this past year, 4,000 the prior year. That's when we first went live. So that kind of answers that, but about 2,000 just in this past year. And that's a service we didn't have before. And so we're, that doesn't include phone calls and walk-ins and things like that. So we're very actively engaged just trying to help people use the portal, learn how to do it. And we are going to be rolling out in 2025 more sessions for the public, both from a city planning and zoning side, as well as a construction code side. So approvals and permitting, more, just support and tutoring on how to use the system. Are there any So we'll go to the budget slide number 7. Largely, there's not really much difference in the department director's office in particular. One of the main requests we're asking for in 2025 that we put in, is the last line, this data processing 412 line. That's $10,000. That is specifically for the service for iPads. We rolled out 40 iPads across our department for inspectors to use in the field. So in the past, what had been done was inspectors were given, their route for the day or whatever, their different stops. They would do those. They'd take notes on whether they were, what their, pass, fail, the comments, all of that stuff. They'd have to come back to the office and enter that stuff in back at the office. Now they're able to do that stuff in the field. And so the budget request is just for the service. The iPads were already purchased, but that's the cost of having them. They have to be able to have self-service to do that work in the field. That's a newly rolled out thing. We're still rolling it out to more. We haven't rolled out all 40 yet, but most of our inspectors do have them at this point, and we're seeing it being successful. We do hope that we're getting feedback that they like it, but also we do think it will make us more efficient going forward. So if at this time, if there's any questions on the director's office budget, I'm open.
Do the iPads have like tracking on them in terms of being able to see where their inspector is and that they're doing the inspection at the right place at the right time? That they're
Yeah, they kind of, it gives them their inspections for the day, and they can go from one to the next, and they kind of like check in at the one. They fill stuff out, and then they can close out at an inspection. So it does tell us like what's happening. I mean, we're not like monitoring that in super detail at this point, but we can see like how many they've done. Did they go to all the stops in their route?
okay, just making sure that you have eyes on that,
Yeah.
Any other questions?
We'll turn it over to our first division. We're not going to necessarily have every single division director go up because I know we only have a total of an hour, but some of the key divisions that I thought you'd want to hear their metrics and hear from them today, and they have specific budgetary issues we're going to bring up. So Division of Affordable Housing, Gigi Gazzon.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, council members, council president, for having us here. I want to start out by saying that very successfully, the key thing I'd like to focus on is the launch of the Consolidated Affordable Housing Portal. That was a huge goal that we had since the inception of the division. As a reminder, we're about to enter our 5th year, so small and mighty with a lot of really big successes, especially this year, and with your support. So the portal, just so that you know, hold on, let me get this back up here. We have had so far on the portal 2,913 applications. It was only launched in June, and with a very limited amount of units able to be marketed on that portal. Over 100, that average is about 121 applications per unit. We do have reporting that we could get into detail, but I just want to highlight that there were 1,000 applications for one low income unit. So just to say that one of the goals we have is to work with you to implement policies for more low income units to become available. We have served 770 constituents generally via walk-ins, just coming into our office and providing them with resources that we've had. We have done 8 community meetings to train staff, allies, other nonprofits, and members of the public on how to use the portal. And we also allow for folks to make an appointment to come into the office to receive one-on-one training on the portal. So that's huge, and we have the staff to be able to do that. I will move on to some other really great things. We are going to become revenue generating. We've already generated some revenue this 4th quarter through the administrative fees. It hasn't been high because there are a few, but we are also on the system that the director mentioned, which is that permitting portal. We are now on there as well. So all of our affordable housing agreements are going to be processed through that portal, but for 2 things: to generate the revenue, to bill more easily, and also to do interdivisional communication. We are very linked to city planning, and we really need to be talking to each other, and that permitting portal really does a lot to do that. So that's a really big achievement. And I also want to point out that we are going to be releasing that 5-year housing report with the guidance of the director and all of you. And we have done an amazing amount of data research, and we have located over 16,000 affordable housing units throughout Jersey City, and that's an increase of 502% in terms of data tracking that we've been doing. Now, just as a caveat, we don't monitor all of these units. Some of these are senior housing. Some of these are things that belong to the state that were here, that were legacy buildings. But we are really working in partnership with the director's office to really make that data robust and provide tracking and dashboard reporting. And with that, I will tell you that our budget itself is actually decreasing by about roughly under $200,000, and that's because the portal was our main source of expense, and we're now moving into a maintenance sort of rhythm with that vendor. So the expenses won't be as much, and also the portal will be generating fees. So next year, hopefully you'll see an offset, an even further downward trend in the amount of money that we're going to need to maintain that portal. And I think that's it. With that, I'll open it up to any questions that folks may have.
Do we have any statistics on the lead time from when someone signs up on the site to when they're actually put into the housing? If they're like an appropriate candidate within the income?
Yeah, it is actually quite a long time. We are developing a dashboard through the portal, through the Consolidated Affordable Housing Portal, that will tell us that. And that's already in the works. So it should be out by the first quarter of next year. We'll be able to start reporting that out.
Okay. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Are there any developments in the affordable housing space nationally, regionally, or in another part of the country that we can learn from? And is there something that the council can do that we're not doing?
I don't believe at this time. I think, really trying to figure out ways to create more low-income units. There really is a great need in the community for those. I think we're actually, to be fair, with your support and all of us here, I'd pat us a little bit on the back. We're ahead of the curve. We do a lot of research to see what other folks are doing. Are we doing the same? Are we doing differently? We've done NYU Housing Solutions Lab, peer-to-peer working, and we are always impressing our colleagues. We do have some things that we need to learn. A lot of it having to do with programming and more public information and communication, making it easier for folks to apply. There's that glitch, but we're working on that.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you very much for your time and your support.
Okay.
I'd like to bring up Director Tanya Mario. One thing I'd like to mention as she's coming up is that I didn't report back the revenue numbers. I did have that on an earlier slide and are looking at the total department budget. Right now, it looked like the revenue generated by the department was slightly above 34 million. So just as a reminder that we are an income generating department.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to take the remainder of the hour. Just kidding, Ray is. So just to go through some of our stuff, can I talk about the accomplishments first real quick? Okay, perfect. I just want to kind of talk about the accomplishments really quick. One of the things that we launched this year, the director's office asked us to do an interactive development map. There's been a real push from the director's office for us to provide rich data that's easily readable and available to the public. So if you've ever come on the city planning website, we have the interactive development map, which means that literally anybody can type in their address and get their zoning information. It is very much that easy. And then she asked us to do the next step, which is to take all of the development maps that you usually see that are very static, they're just maps, and to make it interactive. So now you can come onto our website and you can find out all of the projects that are constructed, under construction, and even that have approvals. And you can use all different tools if you even want to see how many projects are coming up in one area, etc. So that's a great tool. If you haven't used it, we were able to launch it this year. We were able to finalize the historic element of the master plan. Of course, we worked with Councilman Boggiano's office to create mandatory affordable for Journal Square. And then using I'd say the two affordable tools that we have through the affordable housing overlay and the inclusionary zoning. I know this is something we talk about every year, but we're finally seeing those numbers come to life. So just through the affordable housing overlay, we were able to create 17 units. That's 8 applications that utilized it. And the IZO, 264 units and 9 applications. And a lot of that is because of redevelopment plan amendments that require the inclusionary zoning. So you're finally seeing the redevelopment plan amendments that were created under the IZO 2 years ago coming to a board for site plan approval. And that's being reflected in our numbers. So it's pretty substantial. That's over 300 affordable units this year alone. The new zoning is working, and when we go through our metrics, you can see. And for zoning, we are also seeing folks utilize the affordable housing overlay at the administrative level, which means that they are paying into the affordable housing for those additional units and just going through the permit process. It's being used. And we updated our fees, and at the request of the council, we are continuing to work on formalizing our curb cut front yard policy. So real quick for our metrics, you can see that we're doing pretty well with development wise. 8,600 units were approved at the planning board. Again, just to loop back to the same reason, which is that you can see in the other chart where it says redevelopment plan amendments, that number is a little higher than it was this year. So that means the redevelopment plans amendments that we made last year are coming to the board. So that's a really strong number. It's not almost, but double of what we approved last year. Yep. So I talked a little bit about the zoning, and I want to tell you why the zoning is working. So when you look at the zoning board activity, it's misleading. Where you're looking at the planning board, you're like, great, more development, more applications, everybody's working, it's great. When you look at the zoning board, if you see that, everything is wrong. It means that your zoning doesn't work and everybody has to go to the zoning board and ask for variances because it no longer works. So what you want is the least amount of applications at the zoning board, the least amount of meetings. And you can see just alone from 2023 to 2024, it went down 20 applications that were heard. And you could see just alone from 2019, that's the lowest applications that we've had. That doesn't mean that the zoning board isn't meeting. It doesn't mean that nobody's working on those applications. It means it's doing, the new zoning that you guys put in place is doing exactly what it's supposed to. And people are utilizing it. Again, HBC, it's pretty consistent with the amount of work that they put. Demolitions are a little tricky, and I know that you guys get annual reports from us, but there is no such thing as a determination of significance anymore. It is just a permit for demolition that was overturned by the court. So I think when we do those annual reports, I can give you a little bit better understanding of what that actually looks like. Sorry. Do you want to talk about the budget or? And then, right, so, I mean, I don't think we're asking for too much completely different in city planning. Again, the thing that we're looking for, I wanted to point out for the professional consulting fees is that we have to continue doing those surveys, the historic surveys in the wards. It's really important that we have the most updated information, and that helps with the demolitions. It helps with us being able to pull it up, get an accurate picture, and get that information back. Those surveys are also available online. So if you did yourself wanted to look on our city planning website, you can see which properties are on there or not. If you also look in the historic master plan, we have a huge inventory, and you can look in that inventory and you can kind of see for yourself what it is. We do need much more updated information, especially in Ward F. I'm going to hop over to zoning real quick. I was able to break down the information for zoning a little bit differently. And you can kind of see, I think, at least what we're doing more than I was able to kind of tell you before. We were always doing approvals for short-term rentals. We were always doing driveway approvals. We were always doing these other things that just kind of got into the mess of data for other things. Zoning determination, zoning reviews, it all meant the same thing. But this gives you a better picture of, I think, what we're actually approving. And last month, you know that we actually introduced fees for the driveway markings, for the short-term rentals. Work on each application, probably staff time is at least 10 hours. So us being able to introduce those fees, not only obviously is a revenue generator, but it's justifiable because of the work that goes into it. And you can kind of see in the revenue alone, eventually I'll be able to get those driveway fees. It's a little too early right now, but just in the last month alone, I think we were able to bring in an extra $100,000 for the fees. The fee adjustment was so long overdue that it kind of showed up immediately. And then I broke down the violations for you because I think everybody's sometimes more interested in the violations. The calls I get from you are usually from constituents who are complaining. So I wanted to give you a better picture of what it is our enforcement is doing. I wish that, all right, let me go back real quick. 2023 for the front yard parking, that in and of itself was given out, and that could be anything from you're parking in your front yard and you're not allowed to, you removed your landscape and you weren't supposed to, you have a curb cut that is more than 10 feet and we want you to make it 10. It could have been a plethora of things, but we narrowed down to what it is exactly so you can get a picture. So when you're looking at a violation for front yard parking, you're looking at a very specific violation that says you are not allowed to park in your front yard, period. If you're looking at a violation for curb cuts, it means that your curb cut is too big, if that makes any sense, right? So sometimes people's curb cuts expand over time and they go out with their yellow paint and they make it much bigger than it's supposed to. And those are those violations separately. The illegal units, I wish this number was lower. I can tell you as a result of the zoning, we are actively seeing applications utilizing the new zoning. That's to say that a building that would have not have been allowed to have 3 units or 4 units as of right are coming in. We probably approved at least 100 new units that would not have been permitted otherwise. So dealing with illegal units, yes, it can be through enforcement. I think though being proactive through zoning is another way that we've been dealing with it and dealing with it successfully. And the summons that are issued, of course, is not very different than it was previously. 100 summons, and of course, I assume you know what that means, but just in case you don't, we give out a letter of violation. If we don't hear back and they don't appeal it, it goes to court as a summons. That's really it for zoning and planning, and not much budget changes either.
Nope. Thank you.
Director Woodson at Commerce. We're on slide 19.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. Maynard Woodson, the Division Director of Commerce. I'd first like to start off with what I'm most proud of is the amount of revenue that we bring in from such a small unit. This year through November 30th, we brought in a little over $11 million. On the slide, it shows slightly less than last year, but we still are anticipating another approximately $800,000 in revenue. We have some unpaid parking lot taxes that we should be collecting within the next week. The parking lot revenue, just by itself, the 15% tax is $7.5 million, which is an increase over last year. The mass transit tax is $1.6 million. Everyone knows the cannabis tax collection is new for the city, and we've brought in $371,000 that we're very happy about, along with an additional $15,000 in medical tax. One plus of these other tax categories, it's the use of funds. The recreational tax is dedicated to the Jersey City Public Schools. The medical tax is dedicated to the Affordable Housing Fund, and the mass transit tax is used for capital improvements. The number of getting back to cannabis, we've taken in from the time we started in 2022, over 77 applications have been heard by the CCB. 69 of those have been approved, and to date, we have 15 stores that are open. Also, we started the smoke shop licensing this year. Actually last year, but this year we have a total of 33 that are licensed. We've transferred 18 liquor licenses, and the new third-party food delivery, 5 companies have registered with us.
I was gonna say for the smoke shops, you said there's 33 and the cap is 48, correct?
Correct.
And what happens to people that don't license their smoke shops?
As per the ordinance, once we reach that cap of 48, they're not allowed to obtain a license.
Okay.
We've done quite a bit of outreach, and we've identified, I think, approximately 70 businesses that are out there, and code enforcement, they've gone out, visiting most of these places. So at that point, then it'll just be an enforcement issue once we reach the cap.
Okay.
Councilman, Bogiani wanted to say, why don't they just close them down?
That would be an enforcement responsibility. Once we reach the cap.
And the cannabis fees that we're getting, how many cannabis retail establishments are we getting that from? Like, how many have opened up that we're receiving this tax?
We have 15 open, but I would be more comfortable saying we've collected tax from 10 because the last 5 had just recently opened. So that wouldn't be due until January 15th.
How is it collected? Is it like automated or is it,
It's quarterly.
they report to you?
They report to us, yes.
Okay, so do they have to send anything like a PDF file or send like a sales thing?
Yes, a sales report to support what they're reporting.
Okay.
Yeah. And they're required to do that with the state as well. So we have a way of.
See.
Most part, as far as the budget itself, it's pretty much flat. Any any increase in the salaries are based on union increases, for the most part, and expenses.
Regarding the law that was passed for Uber Eats and Grubhub, and where are we in terms of compliance for that? Have they like registered with the Commerce Department? And
we have 5 companies that have registered with us so far.
okay,
I think we had identified maybe 8 or 9. So at some point, we're going to have to move forward with enforcement to be able to track the different companies.
okay. Any questions from my colleagues?
Any questions on Commerce's budget?
You're good. Okay, you're free to go.
We included community developments, some information on their accomplishments and their goals and initiatives for the council. I'm not going to bring up the director because there's very little budget request there. And so due to time, we're going to focus though on construction code next. But if there are any questions, we do have the director here and we're happy to answer them. This is Director Ray Meyer, Construction Code Official.
Good afternoon, council members, council president.
Good afternoon.
Basically, to cite the accomplishments of the office is basic due to the fact of the implementation of Tyler software. And by doing that, we've increased on our on-site application by 91%. Through training of staff and stuff like that, the staff can take the process from the start to the finish, where before it used to be, broken off to different factions and stuff like that. And if somebody is out, they can automatically pick up the operation and take it from there. The iPads is another helpful factor because it gives a more instantaneous response to people following along on the status of their inspections. 25 looks like another good year, I think, that we'll probably have, because the trends are showing that it'll be basically following along with the previous years that we've had. And other than that, that's basically it.
Any questions from my council colleagues?
Yeah, Ray, I call you on Saturdays, Sundays, at night, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Evidently, we don't have inspectors out there. I don't blame you, but we don't have inspectors out there. Or if we do, they're doing construction in Journal Square at 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night. Cement trucks are blocking the street. What are we going to do about it? I've been bothering you about this for the last 6 months or more. and nothing seems to get done.
Well, as I stated to you before, I mean, there is a police department to notify the police.
You can call the police, they don't show, or they don't know what to do.
That's the problem.
We're supposed to have inspectors out there to stop these people. I mean, word is, so they don't want to bother the developers, leave them alone. But Ray, something has got to be done because I'm getting my back broken constantly for people in Journal Square that are just tired of what's going on. And, they allow all this construction to go on here. Look at Summit Avenue. It's a mess. The two big buildings going up there and the buildings, they blocked the street. They blocked the traffic. This morning, they had the streets blocked. It's a shame. And something's got to be done. I know, Ray, you're retiring next month. Thank God. No, I'm only kidding you, Ray. I'm only teasing you.
Can you put on the record that if you are or not retiring?
What's that?
Are you
He's
retiring?
moving.
Is that confirmed?
I am retiring.
He's moving to South
Okay.
Carolina. Thank God. No, Ray, I'm so, I hate bothering you at night.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rich, the permits that I issue for constructing other buildings are for within the property line. There are other agencies that basically deal with sidewalk closures, street closures and stuff.
Yeah, I know.
And enforced by other agencies. So
But-
my office is not traffic cops. When
But the inspectors should be out there at night or during the weekends and stop these contractors.
I do have an inspector out there. I do have an inspector on Saturdays that go out there.
Yeah, but the work goes on. Nothing's being done. Yeah.
It's a public.
I'm just
safety
going to
issue.
say that that's not the structure that we have been asked to provide in the Division of Construction Code official. We've been asked to provide for inspectors for scheduled inspections of the building code during work hours, right? And that is what we're set up for. If there's a different structure that is desired by the council, we can meet your need, but that would have to be done through, discussions with the administration and how they want to proceed. We are told to staff, Monday through Friday. We do staff a little bit on the weekends, but largely even the weekend work is to set up for inspections that need to be done on the weekends. We are also in general we are staffed for scheduled inspections. We're not staffed for patrol. We don't patrol looking for things. If our inspectors see stuff in the field, when they're out doing their scheduled inspections, they absolutely will look into it, see if it's a permitted work, issue violations as necessary, but they're not out looking for things that are being done wrong. That's just not the way we're set up. If the council administration would like a different structure, they're, free to let us know and we can do something different, but that's just not how we're set up. I mean, you can look at our org chart, to how the technical staff is set up. We have one subcode for each of our different trades. We range, in how many inspectors we have for each one, but that's the staff that's needed to do the scheduled inspections and keep construction moving here in the city.
Denise, I just want to let you know, people are sick and tired of what's going on. I mean, now it's spreading to other wards because, the development in Journal Square is out of control. And nobody seems to give a damn in the city.
That's something that's not controlled by us. That's controlled by
Well,
the market of the city.
We have
by the city of
inspectors,
moving
Ray.
here.
Why, I call you all the time. I drive you crazy. I'm sorry, you're probably glad you're retiring, so you don't have to hear from me, but I'll call you in South Carolina anyway.
We're on a time crunch, everyone. We have.
All right, but just to
Council
finish up,
Sullivan.
there are other agencies that are also involved. Don't we have traffic safety? That's another agency. We have code enforcement. That's another agency that all have powers to basically deal with those issues also. So it's not just my office because we issue the permit for them to do the work.
Councilman Solomon.
Sure. I just want to ask on the salary line item for construction code, in the amended 2024 budget, it was roughly 3.5 million, but the expended, this is 2.8. I don't know if that includes the month of December here, but just, where are we in terms of hiring and staffing and construction code to make sure we're able to keep up to date with all the permits and everything?
If you want to look at the org chart, there's two different pages in the file that looks like this, like the white boxes, that you can see the vacancies there. We do have some vacancies, not an enormous amount, On the administrative side, we have one vacancy, which was a requested position that you guys funded last year, and we very much appreciate that. It's to put someone with a more fiscal background onto the administrative side of his staff. And so we have that posted right now, and we're looking to hire for that. And then the technical side, which is with the inspector side, we actually only have a plumbing vacancy and 2 building vacancies. So, it's not bad right now. We've actually, we've had it a lot worse in the past. So that's the discrepancy though, were things that filled, throughout the year, and then people did leave and retire during the year as well. So we had to fill those, but that's the difference.
Okay. And we are fully staffed, it looks like, in the elevator department now.
I mean, can we say hallelujah? Because I mean, I will admit, 2 of those people are part-time, and we would love to have all those spots filled by full-time. So though there's not on the chart, it doesn't look empty. We continue to post on our website. If a full-time elevator inspector were to apply to the city, I would call our lovely friends in finance and say, please let me add them, even though it's not in the org chart. If we could get another full-time one, we would take it. So that is, a little deceiving in the chart, but we do actually have 3 people plus a subcode that is, we've not had that section filled the entire time I've been here. So we are happy to have that. We would love to have more hours from the ones that are part-time, and it's not due to lack of trying. Director Meyer here has sent, letters to every single licensed code official in the entire state more than once. We continue to post for it. We leave it on our website all the time. So if you know of anyone, we are always open arms. We will take an elevator inspector.
Thank you.
Ray, I wish you nothing but the best on your well-deserved retirement.
Thank you for your service.
Years ago, what are you kidding?
How many years? 30, 35. Wow, that's my age. Okay.
We will miss him greatly.
I won't.
Thank you.
I'd be good, Ray.
So the next slide in the packet is economic development. There you can see their accomplishments for 2024, as well as the Sister City program. For expediency, I'm not going to have that director come up. Their budget is only the 2 members of that staff. But I am going to move on to housing preservation. But of course, if there is a question for economic development, the director is here with us today. But I'm going to move on to the division of housing preservation.
Is there anything that's coming up with economic development that we should know about for next year, like Sister City, things that are in the works, or?
Director Arango, we can do that.
Yeah.
Also, I want to mention on the economic development front, we work very closely with HEDC. They just released, I think maybe they came and reported back on that. They just released a new UEZ plan. And so a lot of the economic development work that we do with the director's office, as well as Director Arango, is on implementing that UEZ plan.
It's a pleasure to be here. We're working in a couple of sister cities, and I have some things pending there because of different difficulties that we had in the last 2 years. And we have to be very methodic. I know we have some involvement in the Middle East because we're supposed to have a sister city with the area of Gaza and Israel, and due to the inconvenience that we confront right now, but we also have some sister cities pending in the Caribbean, in Puerto Rico, Mexico, and we're working on that right now because it's important. And recently we had a good connection with the sister city in Spain, Oviedo. They're promoting the city of Jersey City. They named Jersey City Street in the Principality of Spain, promoting the city of Jersey City as the tourist point in the metropolitan area because we have Newark Airport, we have the cruise line in Bayonne. We're so close to the city of New York, so we're getting a lot of people from Spain visiting Jersey City right now. So from the economic development point of view, it's excellent because we're getting extra people from all over the place. On the business side, we opening a new restaurant. There's going to be a premier restaurant in Newport area. Probably supposed to be open this month, but Solars is going to open probably next month.
Do we have any timeline for the UEZ program now that we approved it and it went to the state, I believe? What's the next steps for that?
The next step is we pending, whatever the Department of Community Affairs decides to do. They have their own urban enterprise on board, and they provide the fundings through the city and Economic Development Corporation, that is the independent authority that we use to provide help to the main streets here. And, I would love to, I'm very happy that they are now close to us in MLK and we can communicate better. And also I'm looking forward to rebuild the facade program to the minority business in the city, because they really need a lot of help.
Council colleagues, any questions? You're good.
Okay, thank you.
Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Before the director come, I wanted to ask one question with the Community Development Corporation. How is the staffing there now? Deja.
Director Anderson, will you join us for a second? Sorry.
The hot seat doesn't stay too hot for you, Director.
We do. If you go to the work chart packet, there is one for community development that might help. You want to talk about your
Good afternoon, everyone. Deja Anderson, Director of the Division of Community Development. How does our staffing stand? As of right now, we're fully staffed at about 24 slots. We have 3 vacancies. We have 1 vacancy for our senior auditor position, which has experienced a significant amount of turnover. We do currently have an RFP out for auditing services, which I think would be a better way for us to work with the organizations that we're in charge of monitoring and to assist us in evaluating their applications for grant funding. I do currently have a vacancy for our compliance officer role, which assists us in reviewing all of our contractual documentation, whether that's deed restrictions and mortgages and our grant agreements. I also currently have a vacancy for our program director, which is a team supervisor for our affordable housing construction team, which manages our home grant, our community development public facilities grant, and also supervises the Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Because I knew it was a challenge before. Last year was a challenge. I know with the staffing over there, and because of that, I know grants was pushed back and delayed and things like that. But I wanted to see how we was coming with this division, because this division is so crucial. And you said you're having a problem with the senior portion of the hiring. Explain that to me.
That was for the senior auditor role.
Okay.
So over the course of 2024, I've had about 2 separate individuals that were hired and brought into that role.
Okay.
And then immediately resigned from those positions. So it's like the scope of the work that's being asked for in combination with the salary that can be offered for the role doesn't really meet what is available in the private sector.
Got it. Is the salary thing again. I just want to get clarity. That's all, because I know, because we civil service, and I know we was having a conversation how sometimes that ties our hand with increasing pay for people to get really qualified people. And so I just hope HR is watching so they can make sure that they have a plan. I mean, this is a different day and time. I think we have to approach or at least meet with the state to tell the state the needs have changed and how can we update or change, the requirements when it comes to hiring staff, because I think civil service cripple us in so many ways.
I'll also add that the 3 vacancies that we do have in community development right now, which is not uncommon for HEDC, they're very technical, right?
Right.
Not just anyone can go into these roles. They're
That's
very
the point.
specific. They need to have very specific background and skills. And it can be really hard to fill spots like that, as we've spoken about, whether it's inspectors or people from some of our other divisions that need very specific education, background, experience. These 3 roles are not, the roles we have available right now are not our roles that we can train into or that we can hire someone that maybe just, is really smart but doesn't have the background background. These are roles where they have to have a certain level of background. The one is really someone who's an attorney. The other one is really someone who's an accounting background, and the other one has to have a really strong knowledge of real estate and understand the grant programs that are offered to create affordable housing at the federal level. So that narrows our pool so much. So then that combined with, the competitiveness of the private sector, lack of flexibility here at the city, it just makes it hard. It doesn't mean we can't find them. It just
No,
means that
I agree to that, but I just want us to be competitive. See, I think sometimes with certain.
very hard to be
we're not-
competitive in the
we're not.
public sector anymore. I think, as we all know, a lot of changes happened over
Correct.
the last few decades. Like, the benefits aren't the same.
Yes.
The longevity is not the same. Like all the things that people went to public sector for, they were willing to accept lower salaries because there were all these other perks, right?
Right.
Those perks, as they've been tightened by some, different administrations in the past, not locally at the state level, I think that does impact it. You see it years and years later, that if you're going to not offer those perks, then your salaries wind up having to start competing with private sector, which did the opposite of what they were trying to do, right? They were trying to rein in spending, but it's like it doesn't.
With positions like this, can some positions like this be remote? The ones that's vacant? I just want to know from my understanding.
I mean, the auditor probably could be, or I wouldn't say our real estate person really should be remote, but I think the auditor probably, I mean, it may.
We had a
it's
remote
tricky, it's
conversation
tricky.
earlier, and I just wanted to know.
I mean, I will admit it's tricky because, I know the discussion about remote, there are definitely certain jobs within HEDC that could be done remotely, but if you had to say everyone has to have.
No, I
access
didn't
to
say
remoteness
everyone.
Or
I said
or
these
no
ones
one,
that's
that's
vacant.
where it gets tricky, but there are individual types of positions that could be.
No, I didn't say everyone. I just wanted to know the ones that was vacant.
Yeah, if I could
They
speak
would do it.
specifically to the Division of Community Development, because we're working on federal grants, and also some pass-through grants through the state, that come from the Department of Health and Human Services. Our peers that we're working with and our monitors at the state and federal level all have remote work options. So it makes it difficult for me to retain the talent. Once they get here, they use DCD as a stepping stone to get into this grant world and get the experience and get knowledgeable. Because typically how salaries work in the grant world, admin becomes a portion of what the allowable grant is. So if I'm not offering competitive salaries and the option to work remotely, I'm constantly going to be dealing with turnover issues in Division of Community Development. And we do spend a significant amount of hours training staff. So, we just want to be as effective and efficient as possible.
Thank you. That's all I just wanted to know. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Questions from the colleagues? And I do want to say we're at 2:00, so we're not going to end it, but we're going to keep going for 10 more minutes.
So we started 11 minutes late.
Yeah, we did.
But
Yeah, we're not.
that is why I tried to skip a few divisions just to speed things up. But we have Director Richardson now to talk about housing preservation.
Good afternoon, Council. Sharon Richardson, Director of Housing Preservation. And because of time, I'm not going to belittle trying to go through every statistic for you. We'll just highlight a few things and then answer whatever questions you may have. As you look at the budget, the lion's share of our budget comes from the hotel occupancy tax, which is the 6% tax that hotels are charged, as well as short-term rentals. In terms of initiatives, we've had quite a few initiatives this year. One of them has been we've partnered now, or we've come together with Airbnb. Of course, as you guys know, that's become a serious issue with short-term rentals in the city. So Airbnb actually reached out to us because now what they're doing is that they're going to force anybody who uses their platform to be compliant to have a permit, or they will no longer be allowed to be on their platform. We did a soft notification in September, but as of March, we gave them 6 months to comply. And we're already getting a lot of people calling in because they know that that permit needs to be done. So as of March, they will be kicked off their platform if they don't have a permit. So I think that's a very great positive for the city, as well as the fact that we have a new vendor with Avenue who's going to help to enforce the short-term rental. So we anticipate that compliance is going to be bulked up a whole lot this coming year, so we can catch some of the bad actors when it comes to those who are doing short-term rentals. Another initiative that you guys are well aware of is the lead inspections. Due to the fact that it took us quite a little bit more time than I would have liked to get fully staffed, we are there now. And so as you can see, the numbers of the inspections that we brought in, the revenue that we brought in this year, $83,950. What we are doing beginning January to March is that's when the registrations are due. We didn't require it because we were just getting things up and running. But starting next year, anybody who's registering their property, they must also have proof that they are either exempt from the lead or they have a lead inspection, which is going to increase the numbers dramatically. Because when we did the initial numbers, we saw that there was approximately maybe 28,000 units that could have fallen under this if they were not exempt. So that number, even if it's not true, it's still a higher number. So we're anticipating at least 3,000 to 4,000 inspections per year starting next year, because now we're going to be issuing summons and violations for those who have not complied. Another initiative that we started last year was the Oprah request. And so we added a feature on C-Click-Fix where people can now request whether their property is rent controlled or not. That pushed our number through the roof, where people can now at least find out whether their property is rent controlled or not. Ma'am?
Get out.
They can find, so they can request it, and we can help them find it out. Now, the issue with that is always staffing, because the process of finding that out, you're going back and forth with landlords, to get the proper documents to find out what you need. And then you have the petitions. So the petitions is where if they feel like their rent is being overcharged or that they're not getting the services required, they can file a petition with our office, either illegal rent or failure to maintain petition. This year, thank you, Council, we did get a part-time person to help with the petitions, but also because our office was backlogged, and I put that in my report for several months when it came to the Portside issue, it slowed down the petitions, which for me, we're trying to speed that up because I do feel like all the constituents deserve to be serviced as quickly as possible. But when you log up an office, you hurt other constituents. So we're trying to get that up and moving a lot quicker. My goal is when somebody files a petition, within 2 weeks to have a determination. So they're not sitting around being abused by landlords who are bad actors. We know all landlords are not bad actors, but we definitely want to catch those. We also have talked, and we're back in talks about the rent control ordinance. We had started that when I first came to the position in 2023. It got held up, but we actually already started conversations with some of the council people, the law department, to see if there's anything we can do to beef up the rent control ordinance. So that, again, we're trying to catch bad actors. So we're in the process of doing that even as we speak. The last thing is that we do have this new initiative, which is the lead remediation and abatement. What this is that the state has given it's a $180 million across the state. Jersey City got $2 million. And what that is for the owners of 1 to 4 family homes. If they find out that they are in need of remediation or abatement, there are funds now that they can apply for, up to $13,000 per unit, which they can get from the state via the city to help them abate those issues. And so we're in the process now of getting that up and running. But the good news is that because that brings in more staffing issues, we are repurposing some staffing members to try to make sure that we are efficient as possible. So it created an opportunity to move around a few staff members, even try to promote, if you will, because they're taking on more initiative themselves. But I think that's a positive. Anytime we can award a staff member who's doing a great job, even with a new initiative, I think it says something very positive about the city. And so if you want me to continue, I know we was pressed for time. If you have any questions, I can take those at this time.
Director, I have a question.
Absolutely.
We passed a law about 2 years ago or more about Airbnb.
Yes, sir.
It's not being enforced. Why?
It is, well, again, I think you and I have the same situation you have with when it comes to there's not so much we can do. We can issue violations, we can issue summonses. Once those things are issued from our office, that is the last thing that we have the ability to do. So once we issue a summons, once we issue a violation, it is no longer in our hands in terms of the enforcement process.
Because I see it going on in the neighborhood, it just continues on and on.
You just said Airbnb is starting to force.
Right, so that's new. So what it does for them is that if you become a bad actor, they're not going to let you use their platform to promote your property. If we find out that you're still promoting your property, it still goes down to what can our office do? Summons, violation. That's pretty much the extent of what we can do to force compliance. Though there are summons, though there are issues or those things, and then we talked last time, because when they go before the court, if you issue a summons and that summons, let's say you got $15,000 in fines. If they're only charged or they're only forced to pay $1,500, Well, to an average person, that's just the cost of business. So that's not really an incentive to make them stop if the fees that they're being charged are not hurting their pockets at the end. But again, on our end, all we can do is issue the fines and the violations. But after that happens, there's really not much more that we can do.
Councilman Solomon.
You said the goal was to get illegal rent applications returned in 2 weeks.
That is the goal.
What additional staffing would you need to meet that goal?
So if you really want that done, I would say, let's start here. Give me 2 more staff members that are just focused on that alone.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for broader enforcement of, Chapter 260, what additional staff would you need citywide?
Well, again, once we talk in these talks with the council, it depends on what you're asking our staff to do. So of course, the more you ask, the more we have to look and say, can we do this with the current staff? And if you really want it, then we'll come back and say, well, this is the staff we would need to get that done.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a way that we could mandate that people that have rent controlled buildings, that they go through the Tyler system when I know we're working on Chapter 260 right now, and we got the most updated version a week ago from ITSA. So we're going to work on it, hopefully introduce it first quarter 2025. But why can't we mandate the people that have rent controlled buildings, mandate them to use Tyler to do their renovations? Because usually they'll like reverse engineer it. They'll say they renovated their property and then, they'll try and increase their.
Well, I mean, you're talking about capital improvements or vacancy capital improvements.
Yes.
So we have a process in place for that already, so that if they're trying to do that, they're not legally allowed to do that without eventually getting approval from the city. The thing with vacancy capital improvements is that the way it's written now, they can start charging immediately, but then eventually, if we find out that once the inspector goes out there, and let's say they overcharge, we do have it within our system to make them have to return what they overcharge. So we already have that system in place when it comes to vacancy capital improvements or capital improvements.
Capital improvement, what is it per square feet, or how is it? It was $1.35.
$1.35, and then up to $5,000, and then above that is $155. It was $155, I'm sorry, up to $5,000, and then $135 after.
Based on what I hear from some landlords, part of the challenge is that has never been adjusted over time, right? So part of the problem is when they're trying to improve their property, because their return is so low, it's become challenging for them to do.
You also have
Because
hardship.
materials and everything go up.
Right, but you also, in situations where they can prove that they're not meeting their budget, they can also apply for a hardship, which gives them an opportunity to get a much higher increase versus just a capital improvement or the vacancy capital improvement.
Okay, hardship.
They can go to hardship, yes, ma'am.
Just want to be cognizant of time. We're at 2:10. Are there any other presenters, Director?
The only thing else I wanted to mention is that as per the action of the council, you created a new division in the department of HEDC, and that is in both the budget requests, the org charts, and in the slideshow. There will be a new tenants' rights to council division. In the request, the way that I did it was just to get it started, just like similar to when we started the affordable housing office. I started it by just putting in a director and an admin staff. We tried to anticipate, those costs. And then what we did was there's a grant that we have applied for. We're working with Councilman Solomon's office through the DCA. That's for $400,000. So we subtracted that amount, and then we added in our anticipated. We're using the admin fees, or the 20% of the development fee. We added in the residential portion of that into the budget, and that's where we came up with a $328,000 line item for outside consulting, meaning that we would use that to fund lawyers for the Right to Counsel program. Now, that's not all been decided. We have to talk about that, but that's the way I put it in for this first year as a way to put something in for you all. It can be used, that money could be used instead to hire staff attorneys. I do think it's a little bit tricky trickier from a budgetary perspective to control that year to year. My thought was if we could do an annual report each year to tell you, I can report back what we collected from development fees, and we could allocate that money to hire attorneys to staff and provide the services. But I'm open to discussions on how we move forward with that. That was my thought to get this thing going. We're working on a job description right now for that director role. I'm working with the law department on that. We'll be posting that. That has to be an attorney as per the ordinance that you all passed. That should be going up very shortly.
Can we just contract this out?
The whole thing?
Attorney. Yeah.
Well, the ordinance
only
says we
reason
have
why
to
I'm
hire an attorney that's a director. If you guys would like to revisit the ordinance, that's fine with you all. I can only enforce the ordinance, just you guys, right? That's how you've written it now. I don't need to put an admin person. That's not in the ordinance, but I didn't want to leave an attorney director with absolutely no support at all. So I did put one other person in, but I am assuming you're contracting out the attorneys actually in the courtroom helping the tenants. That is the way I wrote it. But that's really to be decided by you all in the administration. I just made an assumption we were doing it that way because it's the only way for me to have some ballpark of how much the spending, is. But, we can discuss if you want to do it differently.
It's best interest, because I could see a.
Yeah, I don't know if
conflict of-
Councilman Solomon had a specific, vision in mind related to that, but
Right. Well, I think the way the director for the first year is approaching it is you just have one attorney who's running the program and then one administrative, and then everything else is external, which I think for year one makes sense.
that's right, yeah.
Because you got to get it, you have to have to someone who's setting it up.
If you write an RFP.
Yeah,
get
exactly. Write the RFPs, monitor, make sure they're getting the
Exactly.
thing in, but we're not actually hiring any in-house attorneys to take cases in year one.
Yeah, I think the idea would be that in the beginning, you probably want to have a real tight control over the spending and how much you have and how it's going. And then as it goes on and we have more money to work with, right, as the development fee program is successful, you can then make decisions if you want to have a few on staff and have a contract out the rest, or whatever is decided is fine. But I made the assumption right now we'd be contracting it out. It's a modest amount though in year one. It's only 328,000, but it's something to get started.
Any final thoughts?
I
Okay,
mean, happy holidays.
thank you
but
all for
you need anything
coming
from me?
and presenting your budget. With that, I motion to adjourn. We're not taking any break, by the way, so motion to adjourn.
So I have a motion to adjourn at 2:14 PM by Councilperson Saleh. May I have a second? Second by Council President Waterman. On the motion to adjourn at 2:14 PM, all council members present by acclamation, please say aye.
Aye.
We are out of here at 2:14 PM. Okay, moving right along. Good afternoon, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Thursday, the 19th day of December in the year 2024. This is a budget hearing for the Department of Administration and Human Resources with the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 2 PM start and we're falling behind. The clock on my cell phone is showing 2:19 PM. I'm going to call out the council members and you can just say present. Councilperson Baggiano.
Yeah.
Councilperson Saleh.
Here.
Councilperson Solomon stepped out.
Yes.
Okay. Council President Waterman. All righty, we have 3 council members in attendance at 2:19 PM. In addition, at its time of its preparation, notice of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Monday, December 9th, 2024 at 5:31 PM to the Mayor, Municipal Council, Business Administrator, Corporation Council, local newspapers, so I can certify as total compliance with the Sunshine Law. I am now going to turn it over to Chairperson Saleh.
Thank you so much, Sean Gallagher. We're going to do the Department of Administration and Division of Human Resources. I'm going to turn it over to Business Administrator Metro, and if everyone can introduce themselves for the record.
Yep. So, Business Administrator, before you start, so if you bring up any of your division directors or assistant business administrators, I would just appreciate, because people at home who are watching on the live stream may not recognize the face with the names, as we all know here in the chambers. So I greatly appreciate that. We can go around the room if you want to do it really quick. So then you don't have to do it as we're proceeding.
We'll do it as they take the microphone, Sean.
Okay.
That'd be
Very good. Go ahead, BA.
all right. Thank you, Council. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Sean. Before I start with the bleed over from the HEDC, I do just want to acknowledge Director Meyer and his service to the city. Over my 10 years in the city, he's taught me basically everything I know about permits, laws, and construction. So I do thank him for his service, and we'll get on to business administration from there. So council, for time purposes and management, I did separate the presentation into two pieces. One is business administrator's office and related offices and divisions. And the second part is a HR program that we'll go through. I mean, obviously they're with us, but as we recall, they were a department at one time. So it was best to have their own presentation as well. So I'll take it from the top. City administration, we have 7 divisions, and in those divisions, we also have several offices. Those divisions are information technology, communications, internal audit, D&I, diversity and inclusion, human resources, as I just mentioned, tax abatement and compliance, and our municipal court. So we'll start with my office first. The next slide would be my office. There we have 6 project managers, 2 support staff. And the way that we structure our office is the 6 support staff kind of help oversee some of the department functions, and also included in any of the iCompass stuff that we deal with weekly, as far as updating information that has to be presented to the council, any code modifications, working with the law department to make sure that that's satisfied, and working with finance to make sure anything is fiscally sound and responsible. So there we have a combination, you'll see, of assistant business administrators and other relevant titles. The Faulkner Act only allows so many assistant BAs in the city, so we have those fulfilled. And the other individuals work in capacities related to their titles. We have Kyle McGee there as an analyst who helps us with most of our spreadsheets and PowerPoint presentations and documentation. And John O'Hearn helps us with some of our union negotiations, which we'll talk about more with HR's presentation. Our budget for my office, and trying to be fiscally prudent, is down 1%. Former finance director, I think it would be expected of me. But basically that's where our department, our office lies, and basically helping coordinate the mayor's objectives and working with the council and the legislative body to coordinate such activities. Moving on to communications, we have some highlights here from communications. It is overseen by Greg Corrado, and we do have a division director, Stan Easton, who's been here for over 2 decades and has a multitude of experience in digital media and reporting, actually, former reporter. Just some highlights here. Last year, they successfully completed 255 original creations. That includes all of our public notices and public meetings, caucuses, cannabis meetings, planning, zoning, housing preservations, and these budget hearings that are presiding right now. In addition to that, one of the initiatives here for the business administrator's office is to streamline the graphics that go out for the city. So we have 500 creations of booklets, flyers, and pamphlets. We do know HHS has some of their own content that we have now coordinated and worked together on to make sure there's no duplication and that all of the messaging is proper. And what they've done is successfully grown their social media platform. As you can see here, increase in Instagram followers and visits is up 153%. Facebook is up 49%, and Twitter's up, or X, excuse me, formerly known as Twitter, is up 73%. So their office, if you take a look at the org chart, as I mentioned, we have an ABA that oversees it, with Stan running the day-to-day operations of that. And Jen is our photographer. We're very common with her presiding over most of our public events. And then we have a graphics team, a video team, and a social media team. Any questions there? If you look at the
do great work, by the way.
Yeah, great work. If you look at the difference here, again, minimal in their budget. Some of those dollars are to offset the COLA increase that we had last year, as well as union negotiations. And 407 there, we did increase some photograph equipment just to make sure Jen has the ability to shoot all of our public events. Moving on to utility management, this is, I thought this one might have I thought I might have outlasted this one, but I didn't seem to happen. Utility management does still exist. Council, just for recollection, this was formerly the water department of the city. And in order to not hurt those existing employees, they're still part of our pension system. And Veolia, formerly Suez, formerly United Water, has been reimbursing us for years. And we do have one employee left. So once that employee leaves, Sean will be happy to strike that out of the ordinance and we can continue on. So that's 100% reimbursable to the city for that one salary. Our next item is internal audit. This is one that we're very proud of, ran by Jeff Enright. He has a team of 5 members. Some do have auditing experience. Some are more investigation background. They've been very successful in helping the city go through what have multiple layers of approaches rather to go through the payroll tax and successfully have increased the payroll tax, including in that they've been looking at some of our pilot agreements to make sure entities like the Port Authority and other developers are paying their fair share that's required. They've been taking a look at revenue projections and giving us heads up on what's been declining, not necessarily due to operations, but tourism didn't successfully come back as it did in prior years. And, they do a good job taking a look at those and better predicting what finance could use for revenue sources. And they helped us put together some of the affordable housing documentation that was required for the lawsuits and a multitude of other things. I think it's just very important to understand that sometimes they're successful in reviewing something that doesn't monetarily benefit the city, but from a productive standpoint, it does. They've looked at efficiencies where in areas that we've been crossover, people were doing duplicated services, and they were able to formalize that with working with the business administrator's office. And they're going to help us on a few other projects. One being, as I've been working with the council president on some of the SID budgets, we're going to go through there and take a look at what the city's responsible for, what the SID is responsible for, and what we could help offset with CDBG money and EDC money. So that's something that audit's going to be heavily involved in as well. And Jeff does a great job there. And again, just an impact on the budget of $12,000, and that was for COLA increases. Our next division, as we bring it up, is IT. I'm going to ask Noble if you could come up and speak if there's any particular questions with IT. But just for background, Noble came in roughly about a year ago with the city and has done really a phenomenal job. Helped organize the team in a more structured way, and really has helped troubleshoot some of our network issues, so cybersecurity. He implemented many measures. He's updated all of our software. He's looking at being proactive for the future. One of the things that we'll mention when the courts come up is that we've been successful in reviewing calls to the public entities and determining how long people are online, how long they're waiting for, how many drop calls we have, how many people had to call back, all that type of stuff. Noble is able to do in-house at no cost, and that's just pure experience and professionalism. So I'll bring Noble up if he just wants to touch base on some of the key points he's worked on, and if there's any questions.
Could he help with our autonomous agencies and see how many drop calls they're getting? Because I received a lot of calls concerning the MUA bill that went out. That's why I'm just asking, because you said he has helped the city in that way. This way we know how many people really picking up the phone, not picking up the phone, how many calls we missed, how many calls was dropped. Voicemails, because I think that's something that not just the city needs to have, but I think everybody that's connected to us need to have it. This way here, when they call the council and say no one's been picking up the phone, and then when we call them, they said someone is picking up the phone, we could stop going back and forth here. This gets ridiculous to me after a while.
So Council President Noble will address that a little bit further, but just for our purposes, our shared service agreement with our autonomous agencies would cover any costs that would be prohibitive to them or us. that if we have a shared service agreement in place. So being as at no cost to us, we could provide it to them at no cost, and that data would be readily available. I'll let Noble speak a little bit more on the details.
Thank you.
Council President, council members, thank you. I'm happy to come before you and honored to be able to lead the IT department. Been here about a year. My first real goal was to assess and provide Mr. Metro with a plan. And we've been kind of building from there. To answer your question directly, I can work with other agencies as long as they're willing to share how their systems are set up. Because we don't control it right now, and we are able to set up any kind of call monitoring or call queues and develop key performance indicators for the divisions.
Say our little brother Hoboken recently suffered a debilitating cyber attack. What are the key takeaways from that, and are we prepared for any cyber attack here in the city of Jersey City? Are we adhering to the gold standard when it comes to cybersecurity?
So cybersecurity starts with every single employee and user. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done because it's ever changing. The key takeaways are end user education. That's something that we're going to be focused on for next year. That's key because you're only as strong as your weakest link in any security development. Part of the capital project request that I put together addressed a lot of the weaknesses because we need to modernize our infrastructure. The foundation of our network and where we store data, how we handle data, all needs to be updated. So like that's the beginning process of it. We work with the state of New Jersey to implement some security measures. Not going to get into details on it, but there are measures in place that have been in place before I got here that are very, very strong.
Thank you.
Councilman, I'd just like to add too that we are self-insured, so some of our insurance requirements mandate that we do have accelerated areas in that. I don't want to get into detail, but in working with Noble, we're making sure that we have the maximum ability to protect ourselves. And we do have a relationship with Hoboken, and I do plan on having a conversation with them on what went wrong and what their best practices provide them as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Let's see here. So moving from IT to municipal court. Some may say the municipal court may be a department of itself if the Faulkner Act didn't require 9 department maximum. But as you'll see here, led by Wendy Rizzoli, the municipal court has over 85 employees. Where Sean started, I believe, and Kevin Lyons before I was born. So, if you take a look at the
still not necessary.
There's multiple functions. I'm going to have Wendy come up and discuss it, but some of our highlights with the municipal court, and as we continue to try to implement change there. So some of the highlights that we have, as I mentioned, the call center, expressing the data on that. Another thing we did is we understand people don't have the ability to be on the phone constantly trying to schedule. We do have an email service now where you can email a generic email address and they can schedule their court dates based on that. We have flexed our coverage for 24-hour service for probable cause, which is important because if it's not determined, then the person can be freed. It's important that we get it done as soon as possible. And if not, we want to make sure that we have all the evidence that's sufficient in a timely manner. We've increased the bench by 2. We have 2 new judges this year that the council obviously has confirmed. And one other thing that we did, we did have a backlog when it came to fire code violations related to COVID. So in working with the former assignment judge, we determined that we could have special sessions for that. Then we caught up and, At year end, you'll see there's a revenue aspect to that. We don't look at the revenue perspective. It's nice to have, but it's not why we do it. It's more so to make sure that those buildings are in compliance for fire code violations and that those humans are not in danger of any fire code violations there. And some of those repeat offenders, we made sure that they paid the price. So, but for particular operations, if there's any questions, I'll defer to Wendy and we can go from there.
Good evening, Council President, members of the City Council. Clerk. Do you have any questions?
How much do we?
I would just like to
Okay.
say with the addition to the bench, we went from 10 judges to now 12 municipal court judges to handle traffic and criminal matters, which is equivalent to the largest municipal court in the state of New Jersey. We now hold 80 sessions per week. With the add-on of sessions, we will need to increase personnel in the evening court calendar. We need to add 2 violations clerks to accommodate the 2 new judges. With the increase in call center operations, working with the administration and IT, we will also need to increase staffing in the call center by 2, as well as the court interpreters. With the flex hours, we're pretty sufficient, as Director Metro has said. We have a 24-hour operation now. With the staggered hours, we have employees starting as early as midnight and coming in as late as 3:30. We have 4 full shifts operating in the municipal court. We also offer payment options. We set up in the violations public waiting area computers so that, because we don't accept credit cards yet, we set up a terminal so that if people have a credit card, they can go right on njmcdirect.com and make payment right there using one of the terminals set up. You want me to explain?
This general you have a very detailed report here. Just want to know, is this just general information in terms of like, it says violations?
Yes.
These people calling, are they just calling for general information or?
Yes, the bulk of the calls are for general information. They call, they want to know how much they owe. They want to know how to get into their Zoom ID, what their scheduled court date is, if they have any other matters on than the matters that they may have received the notice for. So at present, we have 7 operators, call operators attending to those calls.
They're live, like live operators?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's 31,000 calls on a Monday?
That's for the quarter, and that's on a Monday
Okay.
for this for the quarter.
Oh, okay.
And you say you have staffing, 24-hour staffing? Say that?
Yes, yes. So we have employees that start as early as 7:30 in the morning to prep the court calendars. We have a court that starts at 9, then we have another session, the afternoon session that starts at 1 p.m., the evening session that starts at 4 p.m., and then the deputy court administrators that come in at midnight to determine probable cause.
You know, estimated how many matters the court resolves annually, or like between all the violations and summonses and people getting arrested?
I can get back to you on the exact amount.
Just curious. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Councilman, we schedule between 40 and 50 a session. So we'll just multiply that by the amount of sessions we have per year and get a baseline, but we'll get the exact number.
Got it.
And you can let us know when also traffic violations, like, U-turn, people, because I get a lot of complaints about people are just horrible drivers and people are complaining constantly and they are saying that people are not being ticketed. It's like bad behavior is just getting worse far as traffic as far as driving. So I don't know if that goes in your traffic court. And then sometime when I speak to different officers, sometimes they get discouraged because then they say the fines are dropped. So I don't want us to be rewarding bad behavior because then it doesn't improve because, traffic violations are out of control in this city. I mean, you could just drive right now and I guarantee you could see somebody passing the speed limit, nobody stopping them, doing an illegal U-turn, things like that. And like we're just getting out of control. And then you got people on the bikes, that's really not in control, neither some of them. And so how we are how are we trying to help people behavior when it comes to keeping everyone safe in a sense? And I think part of that is like when people are fined, that they have to pay the fine. If people get away with paying money, they will constantly do it. It's like we're not helping their behavior.
I agree, Council President. I know Rich is looking for me to debate, but I'm not looking to debate. So just from the municipal court perspective, not bailing out here, just kind of from a procedural matter, we accept the fines and we present them. It's really the prosecutor's office who would negotiate those down. So I believe do we have public safety yet? Yeah, so when the public, we'll have a public safety on that with tomorrow as public safety comes up with the prosecutor's office.
Right, because I think we have
It would be the
figure
ones
out a
that
way to control even the delivery bikes. Like I said, we all, cars have bad behavior, bikes have bad behavior. And it seemed like it's just getting worse if we don't start, trying to pretty much make people accountable for their behavior. That's all I'm saying, because I'm getting complaints and they're not all wrong.
I agree, Council President. I think that if law enforcement continues to provide the fines, the prosecutor's office upholds them, it would definitely curb behavior and maybe even bring back the motorcycles.
Can we do that?
Can we do that? Can we bring them back, Rick?
I see
Police department.
2025 goals. It says to continue to dispose of eligible court records to create additional office space, in addition to using offsite storage. So what's the criteria for like disposal?
We're approved by the state to use outside storage now. So we're going to also follow up with public safety. And our goal is to move the community solutions program into that building. With the expanding staff, we're growing, so we need that space.
Councilman, just for a backstory here, when Wendy had taken over several years ago, we were hoarding documents essentially. I mean, stuff that was, just being honest. So what we did is we worked with Metro Shred, no affiliation to myself, but a local entity here that was able to at least bring us into compliance with everything that was stale dated. And then it's basically just a retention schedule that we have to continue to abide by.
Thank you.
The BA, why this is on my mind, because I know everybody has to come back to you one way or another, the departments. I hear everyone come here and tell us, we working on it, we doing it. Could I get some timeline dates?
Sure.
Because some of this stuff we done talked about last year.
Absolutely.
And I think if we don't put a timeline, like, a date, like in January the 25th, this should be done, or February the 1st, this should be done. If we don't shoot for a date, it seems like we just keep it out here in, Cyrus space.
Yeah, I agree, Council President. And most of these decisions have to come before the council for resolutions. So it's best that we put a timeline on what meeting that will be presented on. So I think that's the best way.
I think we need to, and I think the department directors need to start having the flexibility and the freedom to say, okay, by this date here, I believe we can accomplish this.
Yeah.
I just think we need to start moving.
I agree, and I would happy to facilitate a memo, maybe monthly, at least providing the council what to expect on the agendas.
Correct.
That'd be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you and happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Wendy.
Happy holidays.
We also do have our public defenders budget here attached. We have Mr. Andrew Abrams here, who represents it. We are pressed for 1 hour, Mr. Abrams. But just a brief overview. Most of it's contractual, and he'll give you a little snapshot of what we're working on. Thank you.
Got the best laugh of the day. Thank you, John. As the Madam Council President, esteemed members of the council, it's a pleasure to appear before you again. I will try to be brief, though it is my reputation not to do so. We're a little department compared to everybody else. We keep a sign in my daughter's youngest room, Shakespeare, that says, "Though we be but little, we are fierce." And that's sort of the motto of our office here. in Jersey City, I have 3 staff members, and I have 11 per diem attorneys who work for us. We are currently handling 3,000 court sessions per year by my count. That's if you take each court session, because we are responsible to make sure that the general public is represented in each of the daily court sessions. Plus, we've now added with additional nighttime judges, another 300 sessions. I'll spare you the math, and since I'm a lawyer, I'm not very good at the math anyway. We're in the business of people and customer service. What I'm most proud of is that we have worked very hard to continually restore self-worth. We're dealing with individuals from every different constituency here who are downtrodden. There is economic hardship. There are increasing mental health issues. And we do so by treating every one of our clients no differently than if they were hiring private attorneys. They get the same representation, and I'm proud of all of the attorneys that put their time in. They could certainly be working privately and making a lot more money, but they are committed to making sure that Jersey City and its constituents are well served. Over the past year, we've gotten a boost by having computers put into all of the courtrooms. For quite a long time, the prosecutors had a computer on their table, and we were at a great disadvantage. So we had to work with paper files and what we had in our brains. I thank our business administrator and Kevin Lyons and the gentleman from IT. We now have, I believe, the single best resources in terms of a database and ability to access that database at any moment from anywhere. We are still in a hybrid role, so there's a lot of courts that are working remotely, but more and more we're going back into court, and that's where you really can help people. Right now, sessions as they occur, if it's 2 sessions, morning and afternoon, for 5 running courts every day, our calendars, which used to be about 5 public defender cases per courtroom, have increased, where just yesterday I handled 22 cases in one morning and another 20 in the afternoon. So it gives me some concern that if we have 44 people who are deemed eligible for the public defender, that means there are 44 people who are indigent, and we've got lots of problems. Our judges are very fair in trying to screen people and say they're not just indigent, but they're people who need legal assistance, and we can provide them with excellent legal assistance. So we try not to turn away anyone. Again, with the rising mental health crisis, we don't turn anyone away. With the domestic violence programs that we are doing, and John, I'll try to wrap it up, I'm sorry. I'm proud to say this. I went to a court yesterday where defendants come in and they want to drop their domestic violence cases, and the judges just say, you don't want to go forward? Case is dropped. In Jersey City, we have domestic violence programs where we hold accountability, and people are part of the programs. They're learning how to break a chain of violence, or how to respect themselves and respect their family members and their relationships. And they're graduating these programs in a way that no other municipal court I see does that. It takes a lot of manpower, a lot of hours, but it is a credit to council working with the courts and the business administrator to see us in a progressive way that most other courts do not function. And because we have those specialty courts, we can help people in ways that other courts don't. I'll lastly tell you and then answer any questions. And I've mentioned this before. We are still the only municipal court in the state of New Jersey that does not charge fees for public defender cases. The council, in its wisdom and generosity, back in 2019, originally at my urging, we realized we were collecting very small amount, about $10,000 a year from people. We realized we were not a money-making entity. The reason I bring this up is at this point, by amount of court cases covered, we're providing about, by my estimates, somewhere between $830,000 and $900,000 worth of attorney hours to people. We are budgeting for those attorneys in the $460,000 range. We have people covering multiple calendars. We have people assisting other public defenders to make sure every single client is helped. But we are saving the money by how we are structured. That goes 40 times what we're losing by not charging people. And I'm proud to report this year, I was called by a national association to speak because they recognized that Jersey City was the only municipal court in the state that does not charge public defender fees. The governor, I believe last summer, signed a bill into law that provided that at the county level, they do the same. But we were ahead of the curve, and I think we established something because, as I've said before, Councilman, I'm sorry, Constitution says you're entitled to representation if you're indigent, not you're entitled plus $200. And so I thank City Council for considering that resolution in 2019 and setting us apart.
I ask you, we have very turbulent times that we've been through and probably will see in the future. When it comes to people of undocumented status, how does your office work with them, or does the city of Jersey City do anything in that regard to protect them?
So it's a great question because it's a concern for everybody, and nobody knows what's coming post-January. We have a lot of undocumented. We have a lot of individuals who are either here illegally or on asylum status or legal residents. None of us are immigration attorneys, so we don't give immigration advice. We counsel people if it's a consequence of magnitude and if they are here and looking to become a U.S. citizen, get immigration assistance or counsel before we resolve a case, even though it's faster to just do it, move a calendar. The old, we will sell no wine before it's time. We will settle or resolve no case until we know that the person's rights are protected today and going forward. And we do see, unfortunately, more and more cases where there are people here illegally. They've gotten a driver's license. And they're not paying attention, Council President, to the laws. I'm not stereotyping, but when you don't have any repercussions for what you do, you're going to do it again. And so we counsel people to explain that even if you're getting good legal representation, or even if you're getting a better deal, if you don't understand accountability, we're just going to see again. And my best clients, our best clients, are the ones we never see again. So we're trying very hard to counsel everybody through very difficult, turbulent times.
Do we shield those records, like the nonviolent offenses, from the federal government, or do they have the ability to get them from the municipality, or
Which records are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Like the court records, like compelling the city of Jersey City to give those up, or the federal government?
Federal government, could he
Yeah.
come in and say, we want your records?
It would be beyond my pay grade. I don't know who handles that, but I mean, we get CCH criminal case histories on every criminal case. So we have available to us. We know everyone we're dealing with and the seriousness of offenders, repeat offenders. As far as other entities who want that information, they would either go through Oprah or one of these folks who are smarter and who speak less than me.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or?
Thank you. Great job.
Very much appreciate. Thank you, Council, and happy holidays.
Thank you, Andy. And just reiterating back to the zero fee for the services that are provided. At that time, I was in finance, and it was the first time in my career I was okay losing a revenue item. So $10,000 and a $600 million budget doesn't compare to legal services for people that need it. So going on to the remainder before we flip over to HR, we have two more offices left. The first one being diversity and inclusion. We have Director Floyd Jeter here to go over some of his initiatives, but Floyd's been doing a really great job. He's been working with my office weekly at this point, going over two segments that we're really looking at. The first one being any diverse vendors that are supplying services to the city, make sure that we retain them, because that's important, because a one-year contract doesn't help any industry for their long-term growth. And the second thing is to create more opportunities for them. And one thing that Floyd had brought to us and we've been working on is we've learned that some of the diverse vendors cannot necessarily supply what we were asking to bid for. And I'll give you an example of that. If DPW needs to buy 10,000 tires, they may not have the insurance or the capital to do that up front. So if we know we need 2,000 tires per quarter, we could split it up then into 4 or 5 different contracts, and then they were able to bid on that. So that's one of the segments that we're working on. And attached here, you'll see the community engagement programming that Director Jeter is looking to do over the next year. And it's very comprehensive, everything from engagement goals to small businesses, upcoming events each month, several each month. And they go both with the cultural initiatives and business initiatives to make sure that people are knowledgeable of the opportunities that are being provided, and information sessions on how to get involved, how to obtain insurance, all that type of stuff. So Floyd, if you want to come up, just kind of touch base on what I've acknowledged, and if you have anything else to add.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Any questions for me? It's kind of self-explanatory. Metro provided you with everything. The one thing that I wanted to highlight as well under Metro and Kevin is that we have more community involvement with colleges and institutions where it provides small businesses a better chance to getting access to capital, financial literacy, marketing, which haven't been done, but the city of Jersey City has initiated that, along with making sure that the workshops are provided in the carve-outs. And Metro mentioned it, it's called carve-outs, where like the Lowe's project, small businesses or minority contractors are able to bid on these with other subcontractors or become subcontractors. So almost like a partnership, entrepreneurship, or mentorship for small businesses to grow and get better. Okay. So to provide them with opportunities that they didn't have in the past.
How many, what's the number of minority businesses that the city contract with for the year thus far?
Well, we have over 100 contracts for minority. It breaks down to what section. And right now on our registration, we have over 1,280 registered minority vendors. Out of that, and roughly, we have the numbers. I sent them to Metro. We have the numbers where we're doing, I think, 17% better than previous years with minority contractors. And what that means is that normally if we're buying black plastic bags, now we're buying them from minority vendors. And to the Metro and the VA's initiative, we're trying to make sure that we ensure to keep them and retain them. So we're trying to make sure that instead of the bulk amount, split it up into maybe 2 minority contractors as opposed to 1. And what it is, it's going to take time to keep maneuvering it. However, we're putting foundational programs in place so that it can kind of continue to grow, but it's steps by step.
I want to know how many minority businesses that this city contract with this year. That's all I want to know.
Well, purchasing will have
how many. You can give it to me later.
Yes.
I want to know how many, and I want to know how much, because part of us dealing with the committee with diversity and inclusion that we created with the Croson study, when we changed that whole thing, all right, part of it was making sure that minority vendors were getting contracts from the city. And I know we even did a set aside that I know this council passed to make sure that this was done. All I want to know is how many we have achieved this year. That's it. How many businesses and how much did the city partner with the vendors for them to receive money? I know I got the retention thing. I get that. I want to know what we've done though. because it's important, because if we got to adjust this, then let's adjust this, because I believe part of this has to do also with how we handle the RFPs, how the directors, when they go out for a bid, how do they go out for a bid? Because we creatures of habit. If we used to dealing with Duncan hardware, we're just going to keep going to Duncan hardware. We're creatures of habit. That's what we do. But if we're trying to implement something new, then we have to do something extra. So now the directors and everybody have to think, if I need this for my division, my department, okay, let me see the diversity and inclusion list. Maybe someone on that list, okay, we can use now. That's why I want to know, because we're creatures of habit. I know that. We are servicing the same, we having the same vendors. And part of what we created was to help others. I'm out in the community. I'm still getting complaints from minority owners that they are having a hard time, trying to get contracts with the city, because we're creatures of habit. I'm not just saying your division. See, when you're trying to change your behavior, everybody has to be involved. It just can't be your department. Okay, I don't know what each department needs, but their directors do. So they should make a little effort to look on the vending list to see if there's someone on the vending list that they can, reach out for the service for. Then they put in the RFP. Then we go through this whole bidding process or whatever, because not everything needs to be bid, though. We could just purchase certain things. Everybody has to be involved. And I don't think everybody's involved yet, because every time we vote, I'm still voting for the same people. I'm still saying, they still saying, I'm saying it. So that's why I want to know, because I think we're not doing as well as we could, because everyone is not involved. And everyone must be involved if we really want to service the veterans, if we really want to service the LGBTQ+, if we really want to service women and minority. Everybody must be involved. We're changing the behavior here. That's why. I know 17% numbers sound good and pie charts are wasteless. Because pie charts are just there to look good, but they're really not telling me nothing. I want to know.
Sure, Council President. We'll get you that number, and we'll also get you the amount, because that's important as well. If someone's buying pens off a minority vendor, but then giving away $100 million contract, obviously it doesn't put a dent into what we're trying to accomplish here.
No, it doesn't.
So the way that the system does print it out is by department, and it does identify if somebody's in those classes. So we'll get a report, detailed report this week.
Please.
By Christmas, how about that? Identifying each department and how much their spend was on diverse suppliers.
Right, because I know in our department, we make sure the administrator look on the list to make sure they find a minority vendor, but that's our responsibility to look for it. If not everybody in their departments are responsible to look for something with creatures of habit, we're going back up to the same vendor that we know. That's all.
Yeah, I agree, Council President. As you mentioned, timings matter, so we'll have it this week before.
Okay, thank you.
And just with our last piece of time, we have about 15 minutes. We're going to bring up HR to go over their presentation, and if there's any questions. So.
Good afternoon, Council President and member of the council.
Good afternoon.
So some of the graph that we provided, some of the metric is to let you know that we have hired 174 people and is successfully backfilling vacancies throughout different departments. If you compare with the separations that took place during this year, is 159, so it's comparable with the 174 plus additional positions that were fulfilled. We have an active membership in our benefits. Dental, we have 2,423. Prescription, we have 2,350. And medical, we have 2,343. Those are active membership throughout the whole workforce. However, for new enrollments in this year, we have 105 on medical, 107 in prescription, and 113 in dental. If you proceed for the next graph, we have 125 disciplinary actions, and our workmen's compensations accident count for this year, we have 57 civilians, 5 seasonals, and 156 uniform.
What's a disciplinary action in terms of like it getting counted? Is it like a verbal reprimand or a write up, or do they get like a suspension, or is it something that gets put in a file? Like what is classified as a
Is overall, is the whole process for progressive discipline, starting with verbal warning, written reprimand, minor disciplinary action that it can be on the record or actually suspension, and also major disciplines.
Okay, so it's all of that.
Yes.
Okay, just check.
And Councilman, just to add to that, we do receive several other complaints that we don't see as justified. It's just back and forth, maybe personalities. So that this is formally documented issues with employees.
The workers' compensation accident count has gone up significantly. Can you tell me where it's coming from?
So right now, there's some cases that have been incremented. So now we accounted for, like, we have 525 plus claims just for COVID-19.
Is that the DPW or is it any one?
No,
department?
this is public safety mainly.
Oh, 500.
And
How many
29.
claims? 520 claims in public safety? For
Not all
COVID?
of them are, the majority is public safety
Okay.
for COVID-19.
They got COVID-19 or they're out because of COVID-19, or what's the workers? They had can you explain it? I'm sorry. I'm tripping over my words here.
No problem. So throughout the years, there were those inquiries regarding if they're going to be applicable to workman's comp, considered workman's comp or not. So the accumulative number throughout the year, that's what is going up to 529 plus.
Essentially, Councilman, we were being challenged on whether people were taking personal time or would have been excused based on the circumstances of the pandemic.
Okay. Thank you. Just like such an outlier, on the graph, it's like, so.
Understood. So we are actually taking some proactive actions. So we coordinated with different departments and divisions to have those safety training programs. Like currently we're coordinating with buildings and streets for us to have like a OSHA 10-hour construction training. And these are some initiatives that we want to implement on next year, having like a quarterly safety training throughout all the departments to reduce our claims that we are receiving currently.
And just to add to that, to stay out of our own way, this would be a professional company that would come in and teach OSHA regulations. It wouldn't be anything in-house. It would be a company that does this for worksite safety.
Some of the goals that we have accomplished this year, we implemented and launched additional voluntary supplemental benefits for employees. As some of you have seen through in the open enrollment in October, we added legal services, auto, home, and home insurance, identity theft protection, and pet healthcare as voluntary supplemental benefits to our workforce. We also launched a pilot program for virtual training. So we are preparing some learning plans catered to certain roles and positions. And we started the pilot program with our division, and we provided some management supervisor training. And we're gonna provide it throughout the whole workforce. But we wanted to start it first with our division to see how we perceive and how we can measure it. These trainings we provide deadlines. They have certain amount for them to complete it, and we can keep track of the employees that have successfully completed those trainings or they still pending.
Training such as what?
So we have customer service, we have like introduction to Excel, we have dealing with conflict resolutions. And it's a variety of trainings, which one of the ones that it was launched throughout the whole city was the EEO training that everybody was able to take it virtually, and they give it a period of time for people to complete it and get regularly notifications when they were when they were delayed.
We can't partner with the state with some of this training?
We do, but this is a software that we already have an additional platform with our own onboarding program. So it's an additional service that we are gathering from the onboarding platform that we already have.
You said customer service, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now when we hire an employee, they're not required to take customer service training?
It can be required. So since we are preparing and developing these learning plans, the library is approximately 1,500 training, and I'm reviewing them and preparing these learning plans so it can be required and launched as they are developed.
But we don't really know.
We can mandate it moving forward, Council President. Basically, we hire people in those particular areas that have experience in it. That's usually what's set forth, but just to make sure that we're internally responsible, we'll make sure that they go through the platform prior to their start date.
Right, because everybody we work for the public.
I agree, Council President.
Customer service is important. Oh, go ahead, Rosa.
And to finalize, we are still conducting some labor negotiation that we expect to be concluded next year.
To piggyback on that, Council President, Mr. Carroll and Mr. O'Hearn from my office have been meeting with each negotiation union to try to settle all the contracts prior to this year's. We have gained success in some, and some have been stalled. Right. But really what we're focusing on some of the union contracts is the language around emergencies and how you define them in a time period. That's where some of the settlement discussions have been coming forth in regards to was COVID an entire emergency for years, or can we cap it at a certain particular amount of time? So that's kind of the back and forth we've been going on, but we work with finance to make sure that there's dollars available to settle those contracts once we get the language done. And that includes civilians and police and fire.
Thank you.
And we also get like substantial vision insurance for city employees, just because, you know, a lot of us wear glasses, and I have received that request from employees across the city, actually.
We're happy to take a look at the premiums and bring it forward to the council with the budget.
Okay.
I want to ask the director, we're not a city that deals with remote work, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever did a study, or are you looking to see if there's any information out there, if there are certain positions, because you have the list of all the positions that the city have, if some of them can do remote work? The reason why I'm asking is because I'm listening to the different departments that's coming, and part of our challenges with fulfilling some of these positions is certain places the competition allows at least remote work. I want to know, as HR, what is our next level as a HR director? How are we looking into the future? Are you searching out for data to see, can you defend this, why this is so important for us to have? And not only that, when it comes to our titles, I know there's always an issue when we try to do title changes or give people raises, that type of thing. And then some people have the same title, one person making this salary, and the description in that title is a little different than the other. What are we doing as a city to improve all of this? We deal with this every year. I mean, times has changed. I mean, have you met with civil service to let civil service know maybe you have a new idea, or, you know, to present something different? I'm saying, because every year we doing these budget hearings and we going through the same motions here. But at this point, I mean, I guess we getting tired of hearing the same thing over and over and over. I mean, as a HR director, what are you doing to improve us as HR to go to the next level? Remote is an issue. People are doing this. Are there's data? Are you looking? Have you thought about coming to the council and say, based on the data that I found, is important. I see that people still are being productive if they work remote 1 day a week or 2 day a week. I have the data. I looked at it myself. We just keep saying no, but we losing people or we're not getting the right people into, the city to work, and we need it. And these titles with civil service, what are we doing? There's plenty of people that got the same clerk one title and they doing different functions. When are we going to see this is not helping us? Times has changed.
The main issue with civil service is we need to understand that they catering statewide. So it's hard for us to have one title like clerk one, and they have different functionalities catered to each department. So because we abide by the civil service regulation, maybe clerk one in our office is only functioning as a receptionist and doing data entry, but maybe clerk one in the municipal court are also reviewing tickets.
I'm saying, do we have any plans on how we can go to them? What is the next level here? I know what it is. Okay, but I'm saying, as a director, you should be looking to see what the next level you want to take your department. That's all I'm saying. Yes, we know it's the state. Yes, we know it's civil service. But it's like when it comes to the state, we just shut down. Like we can't go to them. We can't talk to them. We can't say this is a new idea. This is what's happening. This is the data. I went to California. I saw the data. It works. Can we try it? Let us do a pilot. It's just, I keep hearing it. It's the state. It's the state. But it seemed like we're not willing to go to the state to say, you know what, based on the data or information that I received, can we try this? Can we do a pilot? Can Jersey City do a pilot? They do anything else throughout the state they want to.
So
That's what I'm saying, okay?
I do attend to local advisory meetings with civil service, and they have bringing some initiative. I have brought to them also some of the issues that we have encountered with some of the job description, which they're working with some other units and looking for subject matter experts for able to enhance the job descriptions that they provided to us. However, I have not looked into remote work, but it's something that I can include for us to be looking as a goal for 2025. How can we incorporate some of the initiatives?
Yeah, Council President, just to add to that, and kind of echoing what you were saying, if you look at the civil service titles and qualifications at the state level, their salary guide is actually dated back to 1988. And a way to get around that was we did a pay equity study, and we were able to promote people
Remember that?
over those thresholds because we had our own data to provide that it was, and the state didn't go back at us. They basically said, if you could afford it, you could do it. So that we set our own barriers as far as finance with those titles. So we have to just think in that method and move forward. I agree.
That's it. Just think different.
Any further questions from the council?
See.
Okay,
Thank you for your time and
Thank
happy
you.
holidays.
thank you, Director. Any closing thoughts, BA Metro?
I do agree with the Council President that timelines matter. I get frustrated as well, so I can only imagine as elected officials, you feel the same way. So we will discuss that and we'll bring it to our next directors meeting. But we will have the diversity and inclusion data by Christmas for us to review and see how we can pivot for 2025. And I look forward to my last year as the business administrator working with the electeds to maximize what we can get done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. A motion to adjourn.
Okay, hold on. Before we do the motion to adjourn, I just want to acknowledge Councilperson Solomon present at 2:57 PM and Councilperson Ridley at 3:06 PM. So we have a motion to adjourn at 3:19 PM by Councilperson Saleh. And I believe I heard a second from Councilperson Ridley.
Yes.
On the motion to adjourn at 3:19 PM, all council members present by acclamation, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are out of here at 3:19 PM. We are not taking any kind of break because we're going to transition right into our next budget hearing,
So last one, Rich.
which is the last budget hearing, which is Department of Infrastructure. So as we're transitioning, just please be careful of the words because the mics are still hot, and we'll be going right into our Department of Infrastructure shortly. Be right back. Good afternoon, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Thursday, the 19th day of December in the year 2024. This is a budget hearing for the Department of Infrastructure with the Jersey City Council. We had a scheduled 3 p.m. start, and we're falling way behind now at 3:21 p.m. on my cell phone. May I have a roll call for the commencement of this hearing? Councilperson Ridley.
Here.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Yeah.
Councilperson Saleh. Councilperson Solomon. Council President Waterman. All right, we have 5 council members in attendance at 3:21 p.m. In addition, at the time of its preparation, the notice of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Monday, December 9th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. to the mayor, municipal council, business administrator, corporation council, and local newspapers, so I can certify it as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. I believe Chairperson Saleh is still the chair for today. And before I turn it over to Chairman Saleh, I just wanted to remind our director just to identify yourself before you start, because we know you, but people who are watching the live stream may not put the name to the face and the face to the name. And we'll do that also with our Department of Finance. So if you can just start us off, Director, I'd greatly appreciate it. Just give me 1 second to adjust the camera, because I had a lot of camera. There we go. We're ready. I don't think it's on. You got to turn it on. Take it off of the, there's a switch. Yep.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Barka Patel. I am the director of the Department of Infrastructure.
Excellent. And then our finance people.
Kyle Greaves, Finance Director's Office.
Honorable Fiscal Officer for Infrastructure.
Danny Bagenot, Department of Finance.
Excellent. And I'm going to turn it over to Chairperson Saleh.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Director Patel, for coming here. Can you please go over your presentation for the budget for 2025 for the Department of Infrastructure? If you want to go over everything, highlights, lowlights, challenges, successes, everything. Floor is yours.
Would you like me to present in any specific order?
No, totally up to you.
So again, I lead the Department of Infrastructure for the city, which, as you all know, is a new department. It includes the Division of Architecture, the Division of Engineering, Division of Traffic Engineering, Transportation Planning, Sustainability, and the Office of Innovation. Some of the key initiatives that are carried out by the department include, which is on your first page in the presentation, maintaining all public spaces in a state of good repair through ongoing improvements to city roadways, parks, buildings, and any other public facilities that are not subsurface utilities. It also includes improving existing parks and establishing new parks and open space throughout the city, especially in neighborhoods that have little to no open space currently. It also includes advancing Vision Zero initiatives to make our public rights of way as safe as possible for people who are the most vulnerable on our streets, which are people on foot, on bike, and those who use transit to move around. Increasing the city's tree canopy and upgrading requirements for sustainable practices across all of our projects. So that includes things like tree planting, green infrastructure, also caring for the existing canopy that we have in the city. Additionally, it involves implementing more public space projects that reflect the cultural identity of our city and its neighborhoods throughout the built environment, advancing climate action initiatives and upgrading city facilities through the energy savings improvement plan, and then lastly, improving engagement across various groups and populations who reside within Jersey City, and specifically focusing on those who are not typically represented in public processes. So over the next few slides, you'll see some photos highlighting some of the major capital improvements that this department has been responsible for. Starting with public spaces, we've been able to advance a record number of new parks and public spaces that people have been waiting for many, many years across the city's wards. They include things like Bergen Square, the Reservoir, new parks and athletic fields across the city. Most recently, it was improvements to Leonard Gordon Park. We've also advanced many safe streets initiatives throughout the city, implementing hundreds of speed humps, curb extensions, repaving of new streets, but also implementing daylighting in both semi-permanent and permanent fashions at some of the city's most dangerous intersections, and then engaging women, girls, kids, the elderly in those safe streets projects. We've built new facilities through the department, which is really a new type of project for us that we've taken on. This includes the construction of the new Municipal branch of the public library, the new senior center on Central Avenue, the new public safety training facility, improvements going on here at City Hall for floodproofing in the foundation of the building, and many other capital improvements across various city facilities throughout our neighborhoods. We've also expanded microtransit options in the city. This year, we celebrated over 2 million rides completed through our VIA system. We expanded the Port Liberté ferry service and are seeing 400 times the ridership since the city got involved compared to how it was functioning when it was only run by the private entity. We've installed secure bike parking facilities and are releasing a plan very soon to implement many more city bike stations, specifically in the southern part of the city. And then lastly, we've been advancing sustainability through tree planting efforts, green infrastructure, advancing our plans to transition to more sustainable energy sources like solar wherever we can on city buildings. All of that work is ongoing. Any questions before I jump more into the org chart and the numbers?
Ask Port Liberté, the ferry over there, are we still subsidizing it with VIA? And when would that end? Or if it is going to end, I don't know if it is, but.
We are. We will be using the state grant that we received to help subsidize both the ferry service and then connecting people with VIA to the ferry terminal at no charge.
Is that why it went from 285,000 to almost $9 million?
No, I think Councilman Saleh is talking specifically just about people who use VIA to get to the Port Liberté ferry, which is all covered by grant funding. But you're right, the subsidy that we have for VIA across the city is around an $8 million expenditure.
As a taxpayer, I think, what do they charge a person to use VIA?
It ranges, so usually a ride is around $2 to go anywhere in the city. Longer trips get closer to $3 depending on where people are going to and from.
And the taxpayers are paying almost $9 million. Wow.
Almost 8.
No, yeah.
8 million, it says 695,000 here, so. All right.
But 2 million people have used it.
Yeah, well, listen, they ride a subway, they pay whatever it is, they ride a bus, they pay. Maybe they should raise the fees a little and give the taxpayers a break.
Your concern, Councilman. I think it's unfair that the city needs to provide for transit needs that really the state and other agencies need to provide. But that is the reason why we're doing it, because bus lines have been cut. path service is not sufficient, and residents really don't have any other option, which is why we started the subsidized program.
Okay.
City bike stations, do we have any planned for 2025?
Yes, the plan is to add 23 additional stations, all in the southern part of the city where currently there are none.
Okay, there's no plans for Heights at all?
We're prioritizing the neighborhoods that have 0 stations right now.
Okay. Fair.
Director, with the money that's coming from the federal government, the infrastructure money I hear all about, we cannot get any of that for transportation in no way?
We can. The challenge with the federal funding is there is a lot of funding available for capital improvements, but anytime we try to use it for operational needs, which would be like a transit system, there is not as much of that type of funding available. To benefit from that type of funding, really the transit agency like New Jersey Transit Support Authority would have to be the ones who apply for it and then partner with the state and use that money towards operational needs. They typically are not awarding a specific municipality an operational expense because they have, a several year long deadline, and services usually span longer than that.
Port
If we were
Authority,
to say, we want to build a station,
right,
and this is a capital improvement that's going to cost X amount of money, there is quite a bit of funding for that type of work. But if we say, we want to use this money to fund a service that's going to provide this many rides, and there are going to be drivers, and there's going to be these hours of operation, we typically don't see as much of that available.
and so when it comes to the light rail, I know one time there was conversation to extend it. Is there still conversation about that, or it just died?
Still only conversations and not much more than that.
And that has to really come from county and state?
Transit, yeah. So what we've done with the light rail, both the 18th Street expansion on that side and also the Bayfront expansion, is that we have worked with New Jersey Transit for the applications to the federal government. That would be with the FTA, which is the Federal Transit Authority at the federal government level. And they typically require some level of commitment from the transit agency and municipality. And what we've shown as our commitment is that we have set aside easements on property that we own to make sure nothing else happens with that land in preparation for the future station. That is about all we can do as a municipality, which is more than a lot of other towns to demonstrate our commitment so that when they release the funds, that is where the station can go. But we haven't seen any more progress on that conversation since I think we were doing the advisory board 1 or 2 years ago with you and Councilwoman Ridley.
That's sad. Because it's growing. The state of New Jersey is growing with people just coming in. Not Jersey City got its share, but as you go around the state, you see how the state is just increasing the population. But it seemed like to me that they would be concerned about transportation. Some places in the municipalities, if you go South Jersey, they don't even have transportation. So I'm thinking that why we ain't having this conversation about transportation? People going to need to get around throughout the whole state of New Jersey. And I don't know. I guess we have to just keep reaching out to our state senators in the assembly to see if they can get this moving, because this is going to be a crisis. You can see it. It's crisis now, especially for us. But I can't believe with all this money coming, nobody doesn't care about it, and we don't have the power.
I will say the slight progress that I've seen, and I'll give kudos to my transportation team and my department who secured this, is that for the first time, we're now starting to see New Jersey Transit helping to subsidize VIA. The amounts are very small. So when you compare that their grants that they're giving us are around $250,000 in the large bucket of $8 million, it's a small amount.
Right.
However, they're starting to do it now. They did not do that in the past when we first launched VIA. So that's a sign of hope that that number will increase every year. We've gotten it for the last 2 years. So I think as we demonstrate that we are embracing technology and different ways of moving people around, the state transit agency is starting to see there is a lot of value in this and that we can invest in it.
Mhm.
And they're starting to do it in their own small ways, and we're hopeful that it will increase. So currently, New Jersey Transit's grant that they got and awarded to us is helping us offset the subsidy for VIA by that amount.
I don't see why the jitneys, because I know that was a big issue one time too. I don't see why they can't partner, especially with the counties, with the jitneys and other municipalities to see if it can help with the transportation, because it's like a catch-22. Like one breath we want to say we want cars off the streets. Okay, we need to have more bikes, but then there's nothing in place to try to help people take public transportation. So, you're forcing people to really be in cars more than you realize, knowing that it's not healthy, knowing that it's messing up our breathing, respiratory sicknesses are increasing, the air quality is not good. And it seemed like that somebody would start trying to have these conversations, because there is a jitney line too, I know. That's why. And they can't come through our local streets. They only can come down the main drive, the county road. That's it.
Why is that? If you mind me asking. We don't know. Okay.
Whole issue.
I just want to say, like, looking through
Thank
the presentation. Oh, sorry, my bad. Okay, I was gonna say, look through the presentation. There's just like so many pictures, and it's like going down memory lane of like all of the greatest hits from this year. It's like pound for pound, you guys punch above your weight class. I just want to say kudos to you and your team for everything you guys have done. Yeah, it's incredible. Just like so many projects across the city. But I'll let you continue.
Okay. So along those lines, we can jump right into the table of organization. I mentioned already the divisions that are included within this department. I'll repeat that they include architecture, engineering, traffic engineering, transportation, and the Division of Sustainability. We are working on consolidating the Division of Sustainability with the Office of Innovation, as the work that is happening through innovation currently is very, very tied to the sustainability work, and it just makes sense for that to be combined, which is why I'm showing those 5 divisions now on the org chart. And then jumping right into the budget and staff comparison, you'll see on the left the budget that's been adopted for the department over the past few years. And then this year, you'll see a significant jump to that $15 million. The primary reason for that is that we are accounting for things like VIA, for things like citywide paving of streets, for concrete work, sidewalks, things that we do every year. However, I think the plan, and the finance team can correct me if I'm wrong, is to transition some of those items into a capital expenditure as opposed to operating. So that should explain why there's such a big jump, which may actually not be so significant once it's adopted.
Do you guys have any clarity on that, or?
That's absolutely the explanation. This just gives you a snapshot of what their annual operating costs are going to be, but we did approve a capital funding ordinance this year, which should cover a majority of these costs through next year. And we're also going to bring back at some point early 2025 some repurposing of old projects that have been completed or aren't going to be completed in the future, and make sure we're in a good place that in 26 we don't have a budget jump like this in other areas.
Councilman Solomon.
Sure. Is the intention to have a new capital bond ordinance in 2025?
Just the repurposing of existing funding. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I just, council president, just make sure we're maybe do a committee.
Yes, we better.
To work with you guys on that. So it just doesn't come to us and we're working with you on it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we just started recently, kind of getting an inventory of where we're at year end and the projects and what's left. So it's going to the business administrator's office first for their review. And before we bring it to council, we'll make sure that we have some form of session up to go over it. Yeah.
Any questions from the colleagues?
We're not finished, are we?
Oh,
Oh, no, don't get excited.
I got questions.
I'll go as quickly as I can. And then the staff comparison, you'll see that we're down to 35 staff members in the department across all of those divisions. It's a significant reduction from what we've had in the past.
I know you lost your engineer.
All
Sorry,
You lost Paul, which was an engineer.
we've lost several engineers and we haven't backfilled any of them, including Paul, yes.
What's the issue? How can we help? Like, how can we get you more resources? Like, what is the issue? Because you guys do a mountain of work, and we know you're short-staffed. I mean, the graph shows it clearly. You know, we have so many concerns, safety, you know, street safety in the Heights and, you know, other areas. And what can we do to help you? Can we get more resources for the Department of Infrastructure, or identify the problems for us?
Problem would be to authorize additional funding for staffing for not only the positions we're showing here in this request, but additional positions, so that if there is turnover specifically for professional staff, there are other members on staff who can fill into those positions. The biggest problem right now is that not only have we lost the chief engineer, we have in the year or two prior to that lost every other licensed engineer that we had on staff. We at one point had anywhere from 4 to 6 licensed engineers. And so there's no one who can fill that position. There are things that we are statutorily required to do that only a licensed engineer can do, which we are now looking to contract out as a short-term solution. So the most effective way to help or to solve the problem would be to authorize additional funding for more staff.
Would you be able to send us a list of the positions you're looking to have additionally staffed, in addition to the ones in this budget? Because that would be helpful for the council to know, and if you could just send it to all of us.
Yeah, I can quickly summarize now that everything I am looking for the department to make sure it's strong and able to handle any priorities or challenges that come our way that we're responsible for are all professional staff. We're very lean. We really don't have any staff in the department where there's a redundancy or is, you know, unnecessary. We don't have any admin staff whatsoever. Anyone we have who does admin work is also doing other work. And really the need right now is for professional licensed engineers, for licensed traffic engineers. We've done a pretty good job in architecture. We have just hired a licensed architect who is doing really well. We do still need a licensed landscape architect who would work on parks projects, whereas the architect that we just hired works on buildings and structural issues, and then transportation planning staff. So that's just a quick summary, say that everything we would be asking for are these professionals, not really additional, you know, type of staffing that may be redundant.
Can this be sent to the BA and the finance director as well? Just because I don't know if it's a concern for the rest of you, but
Finance, you probably already have, I guess, the engineer, especially that left, the 2 that left. So that is in the budget.
Yeah, correct. Anyone that has left since the budget has been adopted is still funded.
Right.
And I know through the organizational chart reviews that we have with directors and the business administrator's office that most of Director Patel's requests are reflected in the organizational chart that we have. It's just a matter of when we bring back the budget in 25 to include the funding for those new positions. But the backfills and everything, there's no plans right now for any cuts to those existing positions in this department at least.
Okay, now how long your engineer left? How long Paul been gone? Just curious.
It's been about 5 months.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, was the position posted?
Yes.
The other guy.
Position's been posted. We've
But
been
it's just,
interviewing. I found candidates who were really good. It came down to them wanting either a higher salary or different types of work flexibility, like you mentioned earlier.
Uh-huh.
And so it didn't end up working out, but we've been actively interviewing.
Is that flexibility that a lot of people want.
Yeah, sometimes it's been the I will say that for that position, I would not recommend so
Flexibility.
much work flexibility.
Okay,
I mean, if the city were to do something like that, of course, it would be available to
right.
everyone. But for that position, you really do need someone who's always
Always there.
here on site,
Mhm.
available. But yeah, like you mentioned, the industry is changing and people have competitive offers where they're able to take, for example, work from home days the same as they are able to take a sick day or a vacation day. And so that's one option that people have seen in other work environments that we don't have here. In the candidates that we found, it really was about just wanting, if we found someone with the type of work experience that we needed or a certain number of years of experience, they required a higher salary. And if we wanted to hire someone who was willing to take the salary range that we've advertised, we would be bringing someone on board who really didn't have that much experience leading a team and making types of decisions at that level. And so it would require quite a bit of training. They wouldn't be able to jump right into projects is what I'm trying to say. So we're trying to balance those two things.
Is the salary range that far that they're asking?
What is the range you're asking?
I mean, because basically what you're saying to a lot of them didn't take it based on the salary.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out, is our salary range low based on the expertise?
I think it's on the lower end, but it's still competitive.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, there have been quite a few factors. And I think the other thing that works against us is people don't want to come into a team where they see that there are so many vacancies that they're not going to have support staff to help them be able to do their job. So we're fighting the battle on multiple different fronts.
Thank you.
Any further questions regarding the full-time, part-time, seasonal staff? Okay.
Moving into the numbers. So you will see a summary of the budget change on the next sheet. And again, the most staggering numbers that you'll see in the percentage change column all the way over on the right are down to traffic engineering, which you see a 400+% change, transportation. And again, those are because of those expenses I mentioned, like signals, paving, concrete, via, which are in the multi-million dollars, which again, as finance is saying, the plan is to transition those into capital, but I'm just reflecting it here so you're aware that we're requesting that. And then for sustainability, you'll see a change because we are requesting up to $500,000 specifically for tree planting, just so that there's a consistent source of funding for this work that we're wanting to do throughout the city. And then in innovation, you'll see that reduction again, because I mentioned that we are going to be consolidating that into sustainability. And then the next few pages are just the breakdowns of each of the divisions. Councilman, let me know if you want me to.
Any major changes for any of these offices other than the one you just highlighted about the innovation and sustainability merging?
The major changes you'll see across all of these is that any division that has contractual services like traffic, transportation, those have a significant increase for the same reason I mentioned. And then some of these have an office supply increase that may seem strange to you. The reason for that is that some of our divisions like engineering and architecture, both review site plans, but also draft and create a lot of designs and plans in the office. And so they require equipment like heavy duty plotters and things like that that are not typical office equipment, which have to be replaced every few years. And so that's just accounted in a couple of those divisions. So that's why there's maybe an office supply change that you may not be expecting.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions about the division budgets?
I have director of org chart. We got this one from HEDC and it listed what positions were vacant. Do you have something similar?
I do. I didn't know that was required here, but I can present that.
That'd be great because it just gives a sense of what's vacant and what's not in a visual format.
You can just email that to me, Barker, and I will distribute it to all the council members.
You want to go over the goals, the last page?
So reviewing the goals we had from last year, as you can see, a majority of them were accomplished. Despite the issues that we're having with staffing and budget, we've been able to partner with other city agencies and also rely on a lot of our consultant support that we have to accomplish a lot of these. So I'll come back to the first one, but we've been doing a lot better on engagement and specifically working with groups who are not usually represented in city projects and engaging them to build and design much better projects across our entire department. We've continued a lot of our Vision Zero work. We just reported out numbers which will be made public soon on Vision Zero. We did have 2 fatalities on city streets this year and several more on county and state roadways, which were preventable, but I will say that that number is a reduction from what we had last year, and we are trending downwards, which is great. We're also not seeing incidents on the streets that have gone through a major redesign, which tells us that the improvements we're putting into place are working, and we need to continue doing those on our most dangerous streets. We have completed a lot of the projects that we set out to complete last year, which include streetscape work, parks like the Reservoir, Leonard Gordon, Riverview, the library, the senior center, and they've really spanned across multiple neighborhoods, which is something that we're really prioritizing. We've been doing a better job with sustainability. Every streetscape project that we implement includes some element of green infrastructure in it. An example really close by to here is the intersection of York and Jersey, where we implemented rain gardens. We're trying to do that everywhere. And then we've created internally a 5-year strategic plan to help prioritize our projects. The one thing that we didn't accomplish this year, we're still working on, is again, building up the team, making sure we have professionals on staff so that we don't rely as much on consultants who we pay a lot to do the work that licensed professional staff could be doing. And then for next year, the goals are just to continue a lot of the great work we have been working on and will continue. Pavonia Marion Park, Thomas McGovern Park, 16th Street Park, the Cole Street Streetscape Project, improvements to Arlington and Skinner Park, Courthouse Park, a lot of the Vision Zero initiatives, advancing designs for new community centers and rec centers in different neighborhoods, and then advancing all of the citywide goals that I've already mentioned. And I'm sure a few other things will come up over the next year.
Of course.
That I'm not aware of.
Thank you, Director. Do my council colleagues have any?
Yeah, I do. Barker, do me a favor, please.
Okay.
Get that left turn signal at Summit and Pavonia and get those cars illegally parked there, get the signs up there because our police department doesn't enforce nothing. Get the signs up there and get the cars out of there because the people are driving me crazy. The traffic's backed up from Summit Avenue all the way down to Monmouth Street because they can't make a left-hand turn that backs the traffic up. We've been asking for 3 months and people are just tired of asking. Please get it done, okay? Thank you.
I'll do what I can, but
You have to do something because
things are under my.
these developers build these buildings, no parking. They're disturbing the neighborhood. They're disturbing people. They're blocking traffic, taking up a whole lane of traffic there, parking their cars illegally. We've asked for signs. We've asked for it to be enforced and nobody's doing anything. So please get the signs up and get the left turn signal. Thank you, Barker. I appreciate it.
Welcome, Councilman. I just want to reiterate, we will do our part in putting in work orders for the signs. My department is not responsible for installing the signs or the enforcement, but I will do everything I can to help make it happen.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Councilman Ridley, anything?
Director, you mentioned that you guys have sort of data or study on the impacts of the different changes that we've made in streetscape. You share that with the council?
Yes, we're putting that together right now. We typically publish the Vision Zero annual report early into the following year because we like to take it all the way to December 31st. So if you'd like to see an early version of that for now, I can share. If not, we can do the full analysis for.
Yeah, that'd be great, because then if there's something in there that we would not change, but like if we have follow-up questions, it'd be great to get it now so we can flag it earlier. And then similar to the 5-year plan that you mentioned.
Yes. Do.
Great, thank you.
Ask about the tree canopy. It's a major concern, and I know you're merging innovation and sustainability. Are they going to work on a plan to increase the tree canopy or find areas of opportunity to place trees in the city?
Yeah, so sustainability under my department is already working on that based on the resiliency master plan that we adopted several years ago. So they're prioritizing areas that are most in need of an expanded tree canopy based on what exists currently. And then the great news is that through CDBG, we have funding now available for the next year, up to $1 million for additional tree planting, which will go only in areas of low to moderate income, which are the rules of CDBG. So that's great news for those neighborhoods who really need the urban forestry efforts. We've also secured $4 million of grants for the entire MLK corridor.
Yeah.
We've been working with the council president and Councilman Gilmore. And I need to reach out to you, Councilman Ridley, about that. So we've done a good job with grants. That's the plan right now. That does leave some of the other neighborhoods of the city, which wouldn't be under LMI designation or not along MLK. So we'll have to figure out a plan for planting trees in those neighborhoods, which is why I'm requesting that funding through this budget.
PSE&G has been, thank you for your response, by the way.
Sure.
PSE&G has sometimes not been a very compliant, partner in our community, whether it comes to the permitting or resurfacing of streets. Sometimes they don't do that. Is there a way we could hold their feet to the fire in terms of having those roads resurfaced or having them follow proper protocols so they're not running around like cowboys like in our community?
I will say some of that is on us, and we bear the responsibility this year without having our city engineers.
Yeah.
We didn't do a good job of reporting to PSC&G all the places that we needed them to resurface, which we typically do every year. So that is something that slipped through the cracks on my end. And we're going to be prioritizing that for next year. But I can talk about the ways in which we are holding PSC&G accountable. Every month, we hold a utility coordination meeting that I run along with Director Cunha with PSE&G, but also every other utility that works in Jersey City. We've recently updated rules and are really leaning heavily on fines, citations, and canceling permits when we need to for all of the work that they have going on if they're not abiding by rules. We did that for a period of a month and a half, and we saw a significant change in behavior. And then in terms of protecting trees specifically, there was sort of an unwritten rule for what utility companies needed to do for tree care, but no one really identified exactly the standards that were needed. We've done that in the last few months, and we've seen increased compliance across the board whenever site work is happening. So we now have things in place where we can hold their feet to the fire, and they have been really good partners on those points. So if you're seeing that still happening, the best way to address it is to send it directly to me, and I can bring it up to them immediately and also through the utility coordination process.
Okay, thank you for the response. Any closing thoughts from your end, Director?
No, I want to thank you all for the questions, for hearing me out, and I look forward to next year.
Thank you so much for all your hard work and your team. My hat's off to you. You're phenomenal. Your team is phenomenal. And with that, I motion to adjourn at 4:00.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn exactly at 4 PM by Councilperson Saleh. May I have a second? Second by Councilperson Ridley. All in favor of the motion to adjourn at 4 PM. All council members present by acclamation, please say aye.
Aye.
We are out of here at 4 PM. Thank you so much, everyone present and everyone watching at home. Remember, as always, teamwork always makes the dream work. Have a great night. Stay safe, everyone. Happy holidays.
How was the event this morning?